is BMW Crosstown Classic Pregame Live.
Let's try this again after getting washed out last night. The 2009 Crosstown Classic will get going this afternoon. It's Ryan Dempster taking on John Danks. We've got the game for you at 1:20 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And we are escorting you to that ball game. Welcome to BMW Crosstown Classic Pregame Live. I am Pat Boyle, joined by former Cub Todd Hollinsworth and White Sox legend Bill Melton. Guys, they've not officially named the makeup date yet for last night's game. They're looking at September 3rd, the Cubs tell me. They're just waiting for the official sign-off for Major League Baseball. But as a former player, would you rather have that game or that day taken away for you in September in crunch time, or would you maybe like to play a day-night twin bill on both sides of town if they could ever pull that off?
Well, personally, I think that September 3rd seems to be more logical, having played recently, only a few years retired. But and the reason for that is how hard those doubleheaders are on you, especially in the middle of a schedule. If you're in the middle of a good run, it can be a good thing if you've got good momentum going. Unfortunately, neither one of these teams have really capitalized on that, and what you end up, having with a lot of doubleheaders is you end up with a split. And I think both of these teams are looking for momentum right now, and I think a September 3rd game could give them that.
Your thoughts, Bill?
Well, you talk about the split. I think that's the newest thing. When we played, it was just back-to-back doubleheaders. We had way too many of them. I remember one year the White Sox had 12 scheduled, so we wound up playing like 16. So the union came in and stopped that, which I think is a wise thing. I'm not big on the day-night thing either, but I understand the revenue part of it, where they want to get the revenue from both gates. I don't know as a player. I never had to sit around the clubhouse that long, but I had a tough enough time with the doubleheaders. But I agree. The guys, they want their days off. And I think September it's a little bit cooler, so maybe that'll help. But I think they want that. Cooler than this? Well, let me tell you, when it comes around in September, these guys would have wished they would have played yesterday.
That's true. Well, again, they're looking at September 3rd or September 10th. Again, we should get the official word in the next 24 to 48 hours. So the weather looks to be cooperating today. That dominated conversation in the pregame show last night, in case you caught it. It's one heck of a show. And we also talked a lot about Sammy Sosa, of course, testing positive or being named on that list for 2003, the banned substance. I think they're probably talking a little bit more about baseball. Let's check in with Gail Fisher, who's standing by with the Cubs perspective. Good afternoon, Gail.
Hi, Pat. Yeah, talking about baseball, a game that we think is actually going to be played today. By the way, if they were to do a day-night doubleheader from the south side to the north side, we should make everybody take the L, and that includes Bill Melton. But a rainout can certainly wreak havoc, of course, on a team's schedule and routine. Even Lou Piniella said, you know what, you get to the ballpark at 2 o'clock, and he didn't leave last night until 8 or 9. It's almost a full day, so you might as well have played a game. Still, though, they will have to make this up. As you said, September 3rd looks like the most likely date. I'm hearing also that will be a day game, as both teams will have to go on the road after that. The game would certainly be more meaningful in September if playoff implications are on the line. But as for today, these two teams will try to go at it again. The lineup will be the same for the Cubs as it was last night. I'll go over that in just a second. But Giovanni Soto will be behind the dish, catching for Ryan Dempster, and of course trying to hit against John Danks. I asked Soto if he's familiar with Danks, and he said he's watched him pitch a couple of times this year.
Seen by video, he comes after you. He will try to get you out with all his pitches. He won't hold back on you, and just try to get a good pitch to hit and put good water on it.
For you guys, a lot of the batters on this lineup have been coming around swinging the bat well. Derek Lee, yourself, Ryan Theriot. Could this series, as it has in the past, really spark you guys now for maybe the second half?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We've been starting to hit the ball, better than we have, and it's a big series, and they have a great team out there, and just give us an opportunity to see what we're made of, and just go out there and do our best and see what happens.
Well, this Cubs offense could certainly use a boost if they get this guy back in the lineup. Aramis Ramirez played soft toss today for the first time, according to Lou Piniella, and took grounders. Now, Piniella watched him very closely and said he is encouraged about Aramis's return to the lineup.
He's going to start taking some soft toss today. He's been aggressively swinging off the tee. What's up? How you doing? And he's going to do some soft toss, and probably in this next little, between now and this next little road trip, he'll probably start taking some batting practice. So it's good news for us.
He was saying yesterday that in a best case scenario, he might be able to start playing baseball in 2 weeks.
It sounds doable, unless there's no setback. But yeah, I mean, he's been running and throwing, and the soft toss is the next thing, and then batting practice, and then we'll have to send him out to probably get a few at bats somewhere.
Would he need a fair bit of minor league?
I don't know. Let's just wait and see. But yeah, he's going to need some at bats. He's been out too long.
Yeah, it's possible, but more likely Aramis will return after the All-Star break. Here's a look at the Cubs starting lineup for today. As I said, it's the same as last night, of course, with Ryan Dempster, though, in there batting ninth. They still have Milton Bradley batting third with a Lee behind him. Now, Derek Lee has a 13-game hit streak going, the club's longest of the season. One other note here about the Cubs starting rotation. Of course, Randy Wells gets bumped from this series altogether. It will be Carlos Zambrano tomorrow. And then for the weekend against the Indians, it will be Rich Harden Friday, Ted Lilly Saturday, and Randy Wells on Sunday. And that means Ryan Dempster then will pitch Monday in Atlanta for that makeup game. And we will tell you why it was so important that Dempster keep his slot in the rotation coming up a little bit later in the show. Now, though, let's send it back to Pat and the guys.
All right, Gail, thank you very much. We'll get more into Dempster's situation and the actual reason why he is starting today, and Zambrano has been pushed back in this series. Some positive news from the Cubs' perspective in Gail's report. Aramis Ramirez with the soft toss today. He says 2 weeks away. You know, the Cubs are probably leaning a little bit longer, maybe after that All-Star break. Your thoughts on coming back from that type of injury, the shoulder injury?
Well, he's got to be very careful with this. This is a situation where he's missed enough time, and as badly as he's missed in this lineup, and so much of it centering around him. I know that there's a lot on his shoulders right now and a lot on his plate to get back because of the struggles with this offense. At the same time, he has got to make sure that when he comes back that he's 100%, because they don't want a reoccurrence of this. They don't want to flare up. They don't want him dealing with this for the rest of the year. So if a few extra days, maybe even an extra week guarantees that, I think you take that guarantee.
Again, we talk about the struggles with this offense, the leadoff spot. Soriano certainly got off to a great start at the beginning of the season. He's been mired in a slump for quite a while. What are you seeing from Alfonso at the plate right now?
Well, I mean, there's times, I think most of us in Chicago know that pitchers are attacking him away with the slider. I mean, it's something that we've all picked up on and seen him struggle with at times. And I know so much has been made about where this offense can and will go with all of these established hitters. I think he is the person at the top of this lineup that has really got to get going, because so much of that trickles down from there. His on-base percentage has fallen below 300. You're not getting the production at the top of the lineup. Yes, the home runs are there. Yes, the ability to win a game and change a game is there each and every day. But when he's not doing that, this lineup has been struggling. And so until he is willing to commit to driving that slider that's off the plate away the other way and laying off it a little bit more, he's not going to be able to set the team for this lineup. And I believe that he can snap out of this. I'm sure that he's aware of what he needs to do and that he's going to make those adjustments and become more productive.
Time now to check in on the White Sox perspective, and for that we send it over to Chuck Garfien. And Chuck, Ozzie had the line of the night last night, wading through that rain delay with all the bad things he said about this stadium. He said God was punishing him, and that's why he made him sit through that rain delay. What did Ozzie and the guys have to say about a possible makeup date for last night's game?
Actually, my favorite line from Ozzie was the fact that if he wanted to use the bathroom during the game, he had to go use a taxi, get on a taxi to go to the closest facility. That was my favorite. But yeah, the talk about a September makeup game, and actually as I'm talking here, Ozzie's screaming over here telling a story, so it's kind of distracting me right now. But the possibility of a September makeup date seems to be gaining a lot of steam, a lot of momentum, and what's interesting about that, obviously, is we could be talking about the Cubs and Sox playing a game that means a lot, a pennant race game for maybe both teams. So I asked Paul Konerko, what does he think about that scenario?
It would be odd. My first guess is they would have made it up next week, like the Yankees and Mets have when they've done like the 2 games in one day at 2 locations. I don't know what they're going to do, but if we come back in September, all we can hope is that it matters. At that point, we'll fight for that. But I'm sure if we're in contention, they're not going to be, there'll be extra incentive for the people here to make sure that we don't do well in that game, just like normal. But I don't know how much worse that can get, really, to be honest. Every time we come here, it's about as tough as it can get and about as high intensity as it can get. So I'm not quite sure how much more it can get, but I guess we'll find out if it goes there.
I think it'll be fun. I mean, we went through a lot. I hope that's the situation. It's not the opposite. It'd be fun because I think all this sun. Like I said yesterday, that's the closest you're going to get before the playoff. And I think it's going to be interesting for both ball clubs.
All right, so for today, John Danks takes the mound. You might remember last year during this series at Wrigley Field, he showed up for batting practice wearing a clothespin over his nose because he didn't like the smell of the friendly confines. Well, he's had an up-and-down season, certainly, and I asked Don Cooper before the game, does he think he's turned the corner, because he did pitch well in his last outing, going 7 1/3 against the Tigers last week. And what Cooper said was, our entire team, our entire pitching staff needs to turn a lot of corners right now to get on track. But mainly for Danks, he says what he needs to do is stay consistent.
He's had more than a couple games, like I want to say about 4, where it got away from him. He was showing more Danks 2007 than 2008. And, I was under no illusions about him and Gavin. You don't go from the question marks to the cornerstones to the front end of the rotation. It's a big jump to make. But they're in the process of trying to show themselves and everybody else that they can handle that. And the test is this season. And I think we're working towards that.
So meanwhile, you're studying this Cubs team, new hitting coach. They've been struggling, but dangerous team. Surprised they've had trouble hitting.
You know what? Let me tell you something. This is a good team. We're a good team. I don't think either one of the teams have been playing up to their capabilities. But throw out all that crap when it comes to these games, because nothing really matters. Anything can happen, and usually does. It's exciting 3 days here, 3 days in all places. I'd say I wish we played 6 more of these games, because everybody's happy. I mean, the turnstiles are whistling. The people are loving it. The electricity in the stadium. Certainly the players like playing in that atmosphere. What more do you need?
Here's the White Sox lineup here today. Same as yesterday, going up against Ryan Dempster. And Paul Konerko said on facing Dempster, you have to identify what's working for him that day. The slider, the changeup, the fastball, and then adjust. And, I asked John Danks just a few moments ago if he's going to get a hit tonight or today. 2 hits, 3 hits, what's he going to get? He says, I'm just hoping for 1. And by the way, he has 1 career hit in his career. I actually had to ask him because I didn't know if he did it or when he did it. And he said he actually knows when it happened. It was last year at Dodger Stadium up against Corey Wade, a reliever for the Dodgers. So maybe hit number 2 or 3 comes here today. Ozzie Guillen's on fire here. I wish you could see this right now, but he's having a good time. More on Ozzie coming up. Must-see TV. What is must-see TV for Ozzie Guillen? It's related to the Cubs. That's coming up. We'll have that for you in a little bit, but send it back over to you.
What a shock, Ozzie on the Cubs. We'll get into that a little bit later on, Chuck. Thank you very much. Maybe Danks can get some pointers from Mark Burley after Burley went yard last week. But, Bill, when we talk about the struggles of the White Sox hitters, and we certainly saw it on that 12-game homestand, when I talked to a couple of them yesterday during that rain delay, and they're like, it's hard to get going when the conditions have been the way they have been here in Chicago. You don't like to make excuses, but the Sox hitters are hitting 50 points less at home than they are on the road.
You know what? I'm not sure they're making excuses. I'm not sure they really know how to answer that anymore. It's one of those things. I think when you come home, you get a lot of extra batting practice. The fields have actually been fairly dry, so they've had a chance to get on the field. But even if they don't, they have the cages underneath. There's a lot of things happening with the White Sox this year that, they're really hard to explain. You talk about their batting average at home. I think it's as low as 220 compared to the road, where most teams struggle. But also, I was telling Todd here, the White Sox are 1 for 35 or 1 for 40 in pinch hitting coming off the bench. You're not going to win a lot of ball games when you go to the bench and you can't get a pinch hit. And I think that was Wilson Betemet, and he's now in AAA. So it's hard to say. Yeah, did I like to play in nice weather? Absolutely. Did I want to play in wet and damp weather? No, I don't think any hitter does. It's just, I'm not really sure this can be explained. I'm not sure a lot of stuff this year can be explained.
We'll see if the Crosstown jumpstarts both of these these offenses. Time for our first break here on BMW Crosstown Pregame Live. Coming up, David Kaplan joins the Cubs grounds crew for a day. Check them out and give them their props after last night's deluge here. Plus, the big hurt, Frank Thomas, comes back to the fray. Frank interviews the guy who's always at the center of controversy, one A.J. Pierzynski. And we'll get you set for today's pitching matchup. Johnny Danks takes the mound for the Southsiders. The Canadian Cub, Ryan Dempster, for the Northsiders. We're taking you up to game time. It's first pitch, Len and Bob at 1:20, right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Performance now is all about logic. That some cars cost as much as $1,500 to maintain is one thing. That others cost even more is quite another. That a BMW costs you nothing to maintain defies all logic whatsoever. And in turn, makes it the most logical choice of all. Performance now is the 3 Series. Lease a BMW 328i for $349 a month until June 30th.
Do something about this heat.
Big ass pulling.
Yeah. We're at 5th now.
Be right there.
Don't just trust anybody to cool you down.
Those fellas sure were fast.
Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning at 866-4Seasons. For all the right reasons, Four Seasons.
Who knows more about batteries than a robot? Nobody. That's who. And I can tell you there's no battery more important than your phone battery. That's why U.S. Cellular is proud to introduce Battery Swap. Go into any store and trade your dead battery for a fully charged one for free. Which makes me feel like, yeah, get on the train. Can you dig it? Ooh, ooh. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
You know how some people like to re-gift? Yeah, well, a sack of 10 sliders from White Castle should put an end to that. Celebrate our 88th birthday with 10 sliders for only $4.88. White Castle.
So, John, how many sliders are in a 10 sack for $4.88?
I was told there'd be no math.
No math?
Celebrate our 88th birthday with 10 sliders for only $4.88. White Castle.
Well, after yesterday's postponement, Lou and Ozzy will get their clubs together for the Crosstown Series opener today. Dempster versus Danks. Len and Bob have the call for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet at 1:20. Welcome back to BMW Crosstown Classic Pregame Live. I am Pat Boyle, joined now by Frank Thomas and again, Bill Melton. You know, yesterday, we never really gotten the true pregame spirit because we didn't see BP. It didn't look like the game was going to happen. When you sat there and watched BP, talked to your old teammates, saw the guys on the other side, did it get you going like, I miss this, I want to get back out there?
Oh, I definitely miss it. You know, I'm watching the guys and taking batting practice. Like I said, the last 20 years I've been doing this nonstop. And, you know, it's good to see BP, though, and see the guys still having fun. But I don't miss the stress, and I keep telling guys that, and I'm stressing that. I do not miss the stress.
Yes, when you go home tonight, you might be tired, but you did not win or you did not lose. You got any pointers for him, Bill, as he transitions in? And, of course, he still has not retired and would like to maybe take a more...
Well, he can actually talk for himself. Trust me, when he gets on a roll, we'll have to cut him off. But I've always wanted to ask Frank, I mean, here's a guy with these numbers. We talk about lifetime numbers that are unbelievable, but I always wanted to ask him I know what pitcher he didn't like to face was Troy Percival.
He was one.
My question, let's forget the relievers, what pitcher in the American League did you actually feel when you came to the ballpark that you were very comfortable with and that you were going to get him no matter what? Is there one or two?
The biggest guy, I think, was Mike Mussina. He was a great starter, should be a Hall of Famer, but for some reason I picked up his ball so well. So he's one guy that I love to hit.
And ballpark? What ballpark other than Fenway Park?
The Cell is always my favorite.
All right.
You know, but other favorite would be Baltimore, Camden Yards.
All right, now I never
had a chance to hit there, so I can't compare. You don't 300 hitters and 250 hitters. There's a big difference.
There is a big difference.
Great hitting ballpark.
Hey,
Great hitting ballpark.
Let's talk about the biggest agitators. Who either you played with or against, the biggest agitator you faced in your career or had?
Oh, I got a top three. First it was Ozzie Guillen.
Ozzie Guillen, okay.
Then came Joey Cora, and Joey took it to a whole nother level. Joey could really get you going, but I really missed playing with him because as one guy that when he came to the ballpark, it was all business, and he really would do something every day to get you going. The third one would be A.J. Brzezinski. A.J. only got to play with A.J. for 1 year, but man, he could really get it going and really get you fired up. So he's great at it, and I love to see him doing it because, you know, you need that type of guy in the clubhouse to keep that edge for the team. So A.J. needs to step up right now. I talked to him the other day. I said, hey, it's time for you to take it to a whole nother level once again.
Well, A.J., you know, he is the agitator, always at the center of controversy. The Big Hurt sat down with A.J. a couple days ago, and here's how it went.
Oh, I hope it sparks a fire on our side, definitely. I hope we get to go in and go to Wrigley and get, especially for some of our young guys, it's going to be a different atmosphere for a lot of them. Yeah, you can say, you know, oh, I've been here, I've been there, but they haven't been to Yankee Stadium yet, they haven't been to Boston yet, they haven't been to Wrigley yet, they haven't been to the Metrodome yet. So it's going to be something different for a lot of these guys, you know, Beckham and Pareda and a lot of these guys that are new and young and Getz and to go to Wrigley and to see the intensity and see the matchup is going to be great.
Known as a team agitator, do you feel like you're mellowing out a little bit with older age, or what's going on here?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but, you know, just trying not to get in as many fights. You know, I don't have to use a teammate anymore to get my back. And so, you know, I'm just trying to stay on to keep it a little more low-key, and, you know, I can't do anything, you know.
Well, it's okay. That's your role, and you're good at it. And that's what I tell people. I was a teammate of yours. You're one guy that can keep stuff started to get guys motivated to play this game.
I think that's a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Thanks. Thank you.
But I just want to say, do you feel the second half to get the guys going a little more? Do you need to do a little bit more?
I just think we need to find a way to get some energy. It's been a little bit of a downturn in our energy. We went on that road trip a week ago and we were playing great. We had a lot of energy. We came home for some reason and we lost it. Okay. And I don't know where it went. I don't know, just because we came home and it was cold. I don't know, but it stinks. I mean, we need to get it back.
All right, I'm handicapping this race. Who do you think will get tossed first, Ozzie or Lupinella?
In Wrigley? Ozzie, without a doubt. Okay. Because Lou's getting older now. He's mellowed out a little bit, but Ozzie definitely. You know, then he gets to play to the crowd and throw his hat and act like it's a big deal. So definitely Ozzie.
Okay. How do you feel at the plate right now?
Like.
Really?
Can I say that on the air?
Yes, you can say that.
I feel all right. Just trying to get some hits, man. You know, okay. It's been up and down year, but trying to get some hits and trying to catch up to you. You know, I'm in the 100 club now, so I'm after you. You're next on my list.
Oh, you staying motivated because I'm watching you play now?
Of course, I'm motivated.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're motivated.
How can you not be motivated?
Because you're key to this team, and I've been watching at home as a fan, and I know how key you are to this team.
It's a great game. We're very fortunate to play this game, and I'm very motivated. I like to go out there every day and want to get hits and want to win games.
And A.J. is certainly motivated against his crosstown rival. In 29 career games, he's hitting .310 against the Cubs. 5 homers, 20 RBI. He's been hit by a pitch a staggering 7 times in this series and 114 plate appearances. Frank, when you take a look at A.J., do you think he thrives being in the middle of a hostile environment? Because it seems like he likes it.
He loves it. Yeah. He's one guy. He knows an agitator. He knows he gets the other team going. And from the other side, frankly, you really don't like him. When he played for Minnesota, I hated him. But once I became his teammate, I understood the guy more, and I'm like, I love this guy.
And Bill, he's also one of the smartest ball players I've ever seen. I think of Game 2 of the ALCS, Josh Ball's trap, or third strike. You know what happened there, and that's the type of ball player he is. He always seems to be aware of the situation.
Heads up, he actually got hit 7 times, 1 time without the ball. But A.J. is the guy that, I know for some reason he winds up in the middle, but you know, last year he hit that grand slam. He's always right. He is a small ball player. Frank touched on it. He calls a whale of a game. You know, his pitching staff likes to throw to him, and that's any key to a good catcher. Forget the offensive numbers and stuff. He throws and calls a very good baseball game.
And we won't see Zambrano today, but, you know, if Big Z's on the bump, A.J.'s the type of guy that could get Z off his game, right?
Well, I know one thing. Those two together, they're very easily agitators for both teams. You don't want to see those guys facing each other too much just because either someone's going to get hit or it might be a quick brawl.
All right, one guy who will never be mistaken as an agitator, the friendly one, Doug Glanville, joined our Comcast Sportsnet team. He's standing by with the guy who never stirs it up either, Luke Stuckmeyer. Take it away, guys.
guys.
All right, thanks, Pat. I can't believe the sun is finally trying to come out at Wrigley Field. Doug, they sat, both teams sitting through that long rain out yesterday. How difficult is it for a player to bounce back the next morning and try and get that energy back again?
Yeah, well, there's no question, because you burn a lot of energy in the locker room just going crazy. I mean, you can only play so many games of cards and watch too many reruns of whatever show. So now you got to get it back going, and now it's a new day. And I guess with the sun coming out, you get a little energy. And, of course, with the Crosstown flavor, people are going to be ready to play.
You talk about Wrigley Field. This is a different place. The White Sox at least get to play here a couple times a year. How difficult was it as an outfielder to get used to the friendly confines, and how did you prepare for a game here?
Well, I always felt like Wrigley was one of the toughest places to play, especially as an outfielder. The grass is high, so the balls are slow, so you charge it, but then you can't be overly aggressive, because if the ball gets up in the air and you have the jet stream to deal with, or the sun in this case, you have a lot of problems. And of course, you don't want to run into the brick wall. And if you're allergic to ivy, then you got another problem. So, but I really had to be prepared. So if you're a team like the White Sox coming in for just one set for the whole year, you have to really take your time and use batting practice as a way to prepare yourself with the environment, because it really can make a difference.
I know you've been keeping a real close eye on the Cubs this season. There's been some great games, some not so good games, but one guy that's really picked up lately, Derek Lee. We talked about him yesterday in the pregame show, but not just with the bat. You were telling me before the game you've been impressed.
Oh, Derek Lee has just been exciting. I mean, I know he started off slow, and some people were worried about it, especially when Ramirez went down, but he's really picked it up. And I like to see Derek using the whole field. He's driving the ball to right center. He's a great hitter, and the thing that's really gotten me out of my chair is watching him run the bases. He had that key play down the left field line against Atlanta where he tagged up, got into scoring position. Then he took that extra base to third base, which really ended up being a key move. So there's a lot of ways to win a ball game, and if you're a power hitter like Lee, he's still finding little things to help their team, and that's really part of what it is to be successful.
Now, I saw you hugging Ozzie Guillen over here before we went on the air, and I thought, well, you weren't together with the Cubs. Tell us how you know Ozzie and give us your best story.
Well, first of all, I disagree wholeheartedly that he calls me Chris Rock. I don't look anything like Chris Rock, by the way, so we don't want to hear that. But Ozzie is, a fun-loving guy. So one year, we had a battle between the Braves and the Phillies. So I was with the Phillies, and Paul Bird, our pitcher, had hit his countryman, Eddie Perez, in the back a couple times. So Ozzie took exception to that. It led to a brawl when Paul Bird went out there. Paul was just going up to home plate. Eddie Perez jumped on him. So we got into this little fight. I happened to be on deck, and sure enough, I get at the bottom of the pile, legs pinned, and Ozzie decides to pull me out. I don't know if it was, being generous, or the fact that he wanted to give me the stiff neck that he gave me for 3 days because I couldn't turn my head left to right. So Ozzie did, try to intervene, but we let bygones be bygones, and so now we can hug here at Wrigley Field.
And it was a good week before your neck recovered.
Yeah, a good week, at least 3 days. So I'll give him a stiff neck a little bit later, but we'll get to that.
All right, Doug's feeling better. We're all feeling better. The sun's out. Pat, let's send it back to you.
All right, Pat.
I like that. Doug Landville does have a little charisma, rock in him. And you know what Ozzie will say? He'll say it's the media's fault as he chimes in with the Chris Rock reference. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll check in with you guys a little bit later on. Still to come here on BMW Crosstown Classic Pregame Live. We'll chat with our favorite bartender, Frankie O, as he gives us the Wrigley Field experience. Plus, Ryan Dempster discusses the difficult season he's having off the field as his infant daughter battles a rare disease.
She's already had surgeries and different procedures where she's been under general anesthetic and things like that. So it's tough to sit there and watch your child go through it for any parent.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Add beauty to your landscaping with Malibu lighting from Menards, all on sale. This Victorian-style solar light has an oil-rubbed bronze finish, $19.99 per 4-pack. Also on sale, these metal solar lights from Enchanted Garden, available in 3 finishes, an 8-pack, only $29.97. Store your garden hoses with hose reels from Suncast. The Side Tracker holds up to 125 feet of hose, $14.97. This Hideaway hose reel keeps up to 225 feet of hose out of sight, $54.98.
Save big money at Menards.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices. Discount Tire.
Get close.
Puddle of Mud. Live in concert.
Friday, June 26th, Daiquiri Factory Dodgeball Showdown. Tickets on sale now at daiquirifactory.com, ticketweb.com, and all Co-op record stores. Puddle of Mud. Presented by Daiquiri Factory.
Follow Tiger's quest to win back-to-back at Bethpage Black during U.S. Open Week on Golf Channel. When the Open returns to New York, live from the U.S. Open on Golf Channel will be your week-long all-access pass to Tiger's title defense at Bethpage.
Shabana Creek RV, behind you on the road and ahead of the competition, just off I-80 in Atkinson, Illinois.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Listen up, because this is important. Other people are talking. They're just saying that someone nice like you shouldn't be on their own. You know, alone. So why aren't you at Cupid.com? Just set up your account and start meeting new people in seconds. Local people. And it's free to join. Who would you rather be listening to? Me? Or someone with a face behind the voice? Someone you just met on Cupid.com. Exactly. Cupid.com. Real people, real relationships, real easy.
You know, he's been looking great, giving up just the one earned run in his last 3 outings.
Ryan's looked fantastic, and the key to it is based on balls in that big inning. You'll hear me talk about it a little bit later in the show, but ultimately Ryan Dempster is locked in right now. He has given up 1 earned run in his last over his last 20 innings, 3 starts, 16 strikeouts, 3 walks. What's that tell you? He's around the plate and he's throwing strikes. When he's not, he has a propensity for falling into that big inning, and that's what seems to bring him down at times, is that one big inning. He always seems to give you the quality start, but again, he has to avoid that big inning, and so far in the last 3 starts, he's been doing that. He's going to look to do that again today.
And Bill, John Danks gave us his longest outing of the season against the Tigers in his last start. 8 innings, got the no decision against Verlander, but how will we know if indeed John Danks is on his game today?
Well, what you got to see from John Danks, it'll all happen in the first or second inning. If he gets real heavy in his pitch count, that means he's struggling with something. If he has his cutter and or his changeup and he's throwing them in the first 2 innings, he's going to be tough to hit. If he has that cutter against right-handers, he beats them right in on their fists. So, again, the first couple of innings, if you see he's high and out of the strike zone, he's usually going to have a pretty short day, usually 4 or 5 innings.
All right, again, Ryan Dempster getting the start against John Danks, and with more on the reason that the Canadian Cub, Demp, is getting the start, we bring back in Gail Fisher. Take it away, Gail.
All right, Pat, thank you. Yes, Ryan Dempster really needed to pitch today so that he could keep his turn in the rotation intact. It's so that he could also pitch Monday in Atlanta in that rain-out makeup game there and then come home. So Dempster will not go with the team to Detroit because he will be taking his infant daughter home from the hospital for the first time in 3 months. It's been a very emotional time for Dempster and his family, and a very personal matter that he did talk to me about and let us know what's been going on with him in the last couple of months. On the mound, Ryan Dempster has been giving the Cubs one quality start after another.
Swing and a miss, inning over.
But off the mound, the Cubs starter has been dealing with a family medical crisis that has left his 3-month-old daughter in the hospital since the day she was born.
You don't want to see your child have a bump or a bruise or a scratch, and you feel for them when they get their finger pricked or they get a needle. So to see her go through the different things she's already had to endure at such a young age. She's already had surgeries and different procedures where she's been under general anesthetic and things like that. So it's tough to sit there and watch your child go through it for any parent.
Dempster's daughter Riley has a condition called DeGeorge syndrome that interferes with the infant's ability to swallow and feed properly. There isn't a lot known about the syndrome, which is why Dempster decided to speak out about his family's private battle to raise awareness and gain a better understanding of it.
We're trying to find every answer we can, and hopefully through doing this we can get in touch with a lot of different people, whether it's doctors or families who've had children going through it, that we can find some answers that are out there. And it just also reminds people too that we're all human. We go through the same things everybody else does, and I'm still going to do my job like I would. I have a job to do, and it's not going to stop me from doing my job.
And Dempster has been doing his job quite well this year. At times, it's been hard to keep all of his emotions in check, showing some uncharacteristic frustration. But Dempster's composure on the mound is remarkable, considering the private battle he and his family have been facing.
If I get the bases loaded or something, I realize that it's not really that tough of a situation to be in when I look at Riley and what everything she has to go through. So, that's exactly what it is. I think that's why the guys at this level are at the level they're at, because they can separate those things. They can walk through that door and realize that we have a job to do that day, and we're going to go out there and we're going to get it done. In a way, sometimes the baseball field's almost like your little safe haven that you come to, and you get to get away from it all for a little while and just go out there and have some fun for a few hours and play a baseball game and go enjoy the competition of it.
But Dempster admits the past 3 months have been difficult, especially when the team goes on the road.
When you're on the road, even though we have another child, a son, and even when I'm gone, I miss him, but I know he's safe. And with Riley, even though you know she's in the hospital and she's safe, there's always that wonder of, could something go wrong today when she's there?
Dempster says he's received a ton of support from his teammates and the Cubs organization, but his real savior through all of this has been his wife, Jenny.
I'm very lucky that I have an amazingly strong wife who has done everything possible to be there for Riley and be there for me and our family, and I just try to do the same and be the best dad I can and try and do whatever I can to help her and help get her better.
And the Cubs have been very supportive of Dempster, obviously accommodating him here with keeping his turn in the rotation so that he could bring Riley home from the hospital next week. That is the good news, guys, because Dempster has been going to the hospital before ball games, after ball games, spending a lot of his free time there, of course, with his family. And now he'll be able to go home and see Riley at home. Unfortunately, though, her battle will be ongoing. There is no cure for DeGeorge syndrome, so she will be dealing with complications, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed, of course, that nothing too bad will happen and she can get through this, especially in the infant stages. So our prayers and thoughts are with Ryan Dempster and his family that they can get through this, and little Riley will be okay. And right now we want to take a break from Wrigley Field. As we head to break, we'll come back and talk more about this Cubs-Sox showdown.
Guests on Cubs Pregame Live receive gift certificates to Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, located in Chicago, Rosemont, and Lombard.
Dad deserves a break. This Father's Day, Feltco's offering free installation.
That sounds like a great deal, Dad.
Call 866 for Feltco.
This Father's Day, give Dad something he can open again and again. Feltco is offering free installation. Do a single room or do your entire home. Call for a free estimate and free installation.
Hurry, free installation ends Father's Day.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feltco.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
How much sugar is in these energy drinks? Let's find out. While waiting, you should know. 5-Hour Energy contains 0 sugar and only 4 calories. Its blend of B vitamins and amino acids can help you feel awake, alert, and productive for hours without the crash or jitters. The answer is 12. Over 12 teaspoons of sugar and 200 calories in these energy drinks. 0 sugar and 4 calories in 5-Hour Energy. There's a reason people choose 5-Hour Energy 2.5 million times a week. 5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now, no crash later.
rolling in here to the friendly confines. You never know what you're going to expect here for the 67th interleague meeting between the Sox and Cubs. Both teams have won 33 games each in this series. We'll see who gets the upper hand today. As we're back on BMW Crosstown Pregame Live, I am Pat Boyle. Time now to check in on the White Sox perspective, and for that, we go to our Sox beat reporter. He is Chuck Garfien, and he always has an angle with Ozzie Guillen. Don't you?
Yeah, there's always an angle on Ozzie Guillen, specifically in this series, and I'm actually going to bring Lou Piniella in this equation as well, because here we are in the middle of June, and Lou and Ozzie have both been very quiet, no explosions, almost like they've been too quiet. So before the game, Ozzie was asked if we're starting to see a kinder, gentler Ozzie Guillen, a kinder, gentler Lou Piniella, and we got that answer, and we also found out that apparently Ozzie's a big fan of watching Cubs post-game live here on Comcast Sportsnet. Listen in.
I think maybe because Lou is getting old and I'm getting pork. You know what I mean? I'm broke. Every year I donate too much money to Major League Baseball. Well, I don't think we need it. I think when we have to say something, we do. I follow. There's one thing I follow in baseball. It's Lou's press conference. I never miss him. No, I never do. I think it's fun. And he treats you guys like real good. He talk to you guys when he wants to talk to you guys, but you got to pick your spot, how and when to say stuff, and how. And I think right now we don't need to. I think right now we know that both teams don't play the way they should be playing. Maybe I'll wait for a little while because I think I still believe in those guys can do it, and I don't think it's necessary right now to go out there and say stuff you know how to.
You know, I couldn't hear that entire soundbite, but hopefully we showed the part where he actually says he likes to watch Lou's post-game press conferences. He says that's the best thing he can watch on television. So anyway, that's what he said before the game. Hopefully we played that for you. Meanwhile, the wind blowing out to left field. We saw that during batting practice a lot. Basically, if you put it up in the air, you might hit a home run. So may not be a good day for pitchers here today, but as we've seen with Wrigley Field, the wind can swirl and change, so you just never know. Send it back over to you on the other side of the field there, Pat.
All right, Chuck, thank you very much. It is really, I think we're blessed in this town to have both Lou Piniella and Ozzie Guillen. They are must-see sound bites, and of course, you can see every one of their press conferences in their entirety when they have a game on our air, and you'll hear from both of them a little bit later on today as we play Game 1 of the Crosstown Classic. Now, if your yard is causing you havoc with all the bad weather we've had here in the Chicagoland area in recent weeks and months, imagine if you had to place 81 games on it or so. We've got two of the best groundskeepers in the business on both sides of town. Roger Bossard on the south side, Roger Baird here on the north side. And recently, our own David Kaplan was the apprentice to Mr. Roger Baird.
People would laugh if they knew one of the coolest things I'd ever want to do is water the infield when you see. I just sit up there and just watch that.
Maybe on the off there, I'll let you come down.
That'd be unbelievable. Oh, I'm too old to be doing this. I may never get up. Now, how much work do you do on your lawn at home?
About 5%.
First honest day's work I've done in a while. What time you guys start every day?
This morning, yeah, most of the time is 7.
You're gonna work with me on the home plate.
I'll let you drag it, water the front,
okay?
Gonna clean the plate off,
and then you get it nice and mixed. You guys work your tails off around here.
I'm gonna turn at the plate,
okay?
Around it.
And stay inside the foul line.
Go around the whole home plate and just smooth everything.
And just go all the way around.
Yeah, just
stand on the inside.
Okay.
And just kind of
and start where?
Whichever corner.
Okay. Both of them, or just?
No, just one.
Just one.
4 times. These like some of the best lines we've had all year.
Oh yeah. This place is just absolutely the most beautiful spot going.
Yeah, it's a great place for baseball.
And you've been here 30 years.
31 years.
31 years. That's amazing. And then I guess I get to go up and do the scoreboard with you.
Yeah, you're gonna operate the balls and strikes, huh?
Can I?
Yeah.
Now, how old is this?
This is from 1937.
Who's the hot redhead down there?
Luke.
It's my wife.
You know what we're going to do, Dave? First batter's number 20.
All right, so I put
2 and a 0. There we go.
There we go.
Watch the pitch. 2-2. We ready? There'll be a strike. Okay, strike 3. And then hit the 1 out. There we go.
And then hit
now,
cancel.
Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Mark it that he struck out. Okay.
Okay.
Next better. Now you cancel right in the middle here. And then 7's up. So you have to hit the 0. And the 7. There we go. Mauer. Joe Mauer. Heck of a ball player.
Oh. Okay. Swing around.
Well, thankfully, David Kaplan is not a part of the grounds crew on this day as they get this field in great shape after the rain we had last night. We've got the Cubs broadcast for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet with Len and Bob at 1:20. After a quick timeout on BMW Crosstown Pregame Live, we go inside Harry Carey's and get the fans' take on the Crosstown Classic.
And now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold of the Day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Here is a look at our Just for Men Hair Color Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight. Matt Thornton leads the White Sox in holds this season with 10. He's ranked 5th in the American League. Octavio Dotel has 8. Meanwhile, Carlos Marmol has reached 13 holds this season, which is good enough for 2nd in the National League. Jeremy Affeldt of the Giants leads the majors with 14 holds. This is your Just for Men Hair Color Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
It's been a while since I needed a tie.
Dad, you're gonna get this job. They'll be lucky to have you. I know it.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray to help bring out your best.
How'd it go, Dad?
Honey, I think I'm going to need more ties.
Just for Men.
This Friday, critics across the country are saying yes.
Yes.
To the proposal.
We are
Getting married. Can't find a love like ours. It's riotously funny.
Breakfast. What is that?
The morning. Hilarious.
Yeah, a tad loose. It's like an Easter egg. There they are. Yeah.
Laugh out loud funny. By far the year's best comedy.
Hello?
Oh my God!
Naked.
Why are you wet? The proposal. So naked. Rated PG-13. Friday.
Crimes are an unfortunate part of our society. The field of criminal justice is full of men and women, both in the public eye and behind the scenes, working to secure our future. The ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice teaches the fundamentals of the criminal justice system and criminal justice skills. Graduates may be ready to pursue a broad spectrum of careers in the private sector, as well as entry-level positions involving criminal justice, including parole and probation, community corrections, and court systems. Be one of the many dedicated Americans who participate in making our nation a better and safer place for us all. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice, education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-942-0088 or visit us on the web.
Pitchers and hitters will try to figure out which way this wind is blowing here at Wrigley Field. The Crosstown 2009 will officially get underway at 1:20. Dempster against Dank. Both teams start the day with 30 wins. Cubs are 3.5 games out of first place, while the White Sox are 4 games out of first in the AL Central. Well, the 2009 Crosstown Classic was supposed to get underway last night. The only group that really got to play were the people that visited the local establishments around Wrigley Field. And our own favorite bartender, Frankie O, he chimes in with the Wrigley Field experience. Take it away, Frankie O.
There's a lot of differences between the north side and the south side. And as a pregame preparation specialist, I've been set up here outside the friendly confines to see how everybody gets ready for the big game. Now, how does pregame preparation different on the north side than the south side?
I think it's basically the same. You're going to
have a few brews and a burger, probably.
Now, you've both been on opposite sides of the town for the whole time?
Absolutely. Yep. Grew up a Sox fan.
Now, how have the last 11 years been with these Crosstown games?
Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
I don't know why. I really feel good here. I feel comfortable. This is great. It has great atmosphere here. I think this place is going to be pretty successful. I'm noticing that neither one of you is wearing a jersey or a team color. Is there a reason for that?
Well, no, I have a team color.
Oh, there we go.
Cubs fan.
To keep peace in the family. My sister-in-law's a Cubs fan, I'm a Sox fan. So we both had an agreement where we wouldn't be in your face to keep peace. But I do have a foam finger with me.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Now, what I'm curious, as a bartender, I'm really into how people get prepared for a game. Now, what is the key to your pregame preparation?
We need some solid food.
Okay.
And then a couple of good drinks.
All right.
Definitely got to have some shots in there.
Now, when you're getting ready, is it a little bit different when you come up north than when you're down south?
Oh, for sure. When you're down south, you know, you still have that old camaraderie with the whole Sox fans and everything. But you throw the records aside when you have this series, you know, the Crosstown Classic. You throw the records aside and everything's good.
Now, you guys are Cub fans from Canada, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, Cubs got a couple of great Canadian boys in their team, a couple good pitchers. We figured, why not come down here and see them play against the White Sox in the great city of Chicago.
That's awesome. Are you part of the tourism board here?
No, we are not part of the tourism board.
Man, what a great environment in there. I'm ready for the game. I think this place is going to make it. The Comcast Sportsnet, this is Frankie O, outside the friendly confines.
All right, Frankie, thank you very much. Joined now by a couple former Cubs who enjoyed the Wrigley Field experience and other places throughout the league, Doug Glanville and Todd Hollinsworth. And when you look at what the Wrigley fan brings to the table versus it playing in Philly or playing in LA where the laid-back crowd is, what is it like? What are they like as far as for you guys, the players?
Yeah, well, you know, the fans in Chicago certainly enjoy the experience. I mean, they're here having a blast. It's a lot more than just baseball. And I remember coming up the first time how much they were positive about, like, okay, don't worry about it, go get them tomorrow. And that stuck with me because even as a visitor, as a Philly, when I played all those years in Philadelphia, they had open arms for me and they embraced me in that experience. So there's nothing like the friendly confines. It's certainly my favorite place to play.
Todd, you've played in a lot of different places, LA, Colorado, played with Florida. You've seen it all where there's two people in the park when the place is filled. What is the Wrigley Field experience like for you as a player?
As a player, the Wrigley Field experience was the best there was. In my 12 years, 8 teams, I couldn't have been more happy than I was here in Chicago. And the reason is the support. The support that you have when you play here, the support that you have on the road. You go out on the road, you've got 10 or 15,000 fans with you. You don't get that from any other city, and you don't get that from any other fan base. I enjoyed it. I loved it. I tried to play it up and have fun with it. And these people here appreciate that. They know the game inside and out. And that's an element that you don't find in very many places. These guys know how you're playing. They know how you're hitting. And that can be good and bad at times. But, you know, they're behind you and they support you. And if you bring them good baseball and you play hard, they will be behind you.
And you make a great point. It's a blessing and a curse because they're so into the game. They're so into your stats, knowing exactly where you're at with your game, that if you are scuffling or struggling, they can get on you. And when you take a look at this Cubs offense, certainly in the last month, I mean, they're hitting just .231 over the last 30 days, scoring 71 runs in 24 games. That's just under 3 runs a contest. It can be difficult because those fans can get on you, and I'm going to say it maybe adds to the pressure that you have at the plate.
Yeah, well, there's no question about it. I think, you know, part of the things behind those numbers is the timeliness of it. I mean, numbers say one thing, but if you have timely hitting and get those big clutch hits, it can make a difference. I mean, I use the Philadelphia Phillies as an example who really have struggled, but they still find ways to win ball games because they get the hits at the right time. And I think that's partly with Ramirez being out. I think that's a big void, but it's, you know, good to see Derek Lee stepping it up and kind of filling that hole. But as soon as they get to that rhythm where they get those hits, those big hits at the right time, it will make a difference.
Your thoughts on the struggling offense?
Well, I think the big thing is the runners in scoring position. Again, if you're only going to put 6 guys and runners, you know, in position during the course of the game, you're going to have to find a way to get some of those guys home. This offense has struggled because there has not been consistency, because there has been pressure on them. There's been pressure from the starting pitching. The starting pitching has been lights out. It's been picked up. You watch the earned run average. They were okay in April. They were better in May, and they've been fantastic in June. And what does that do? It puts even more pressure on the offense to perform. And when you feel that pressure, it gets harder to hit. You grip that bat a little tighter, and you make a little bit, you know, more of a hole. They're trying to dig their way out of this hole right now, and they're actually at times seems to be making the hole deeper. And unfortunately, they just need to find a way to get a few more big hits. If they can find a couple guys to get hot around each other, I think the problem has been that the hitting that they have been getting has been scattered. You've watched guys get hot. Derek Lee's hot right now. Kosuke Fukudome has cooled off. There hasn't been any kind of combination together of successful runs together in this lineup. If they can get a few guys hot, I believe that it will transcend the whole offense. Things can turn around and they will start hitting. And if they do, look out, because this pitching has been fantastic.
And we talked earlier about Soriano's struggles at the plate. You said you like to see him go to right field, lay off that breaking ball. But how about Milton Bradley? What have you seen from him at the plate? What does he need to do to get going?
Well, I think in Milton, it's just been an awful lot of timing. I think he's had an awful lot of timing issues because he's been in and out of the lineup. He's had some nagging injuries. He's been, calf injuries, couple games suspension was hanging out. And just watching him, it seemed like almost every time he started to perform and started to get those numbers going, something got in his way. It was, he would be out for 3 or 4 games. I think more than anything, Milton just needs to be out there regularly. I talked to Ryan Terrio before the game about this, and you learn how to fight your way through slumps. And not that Milton's not doing that, but in order to get better and work your way through these slumps, you have to be out there on the field. Breaks don't do you a whole heck of a lot of good. You need to be out there performing and fighting your way through this thing. Yeah, it can be hard at times here in Chicago. They know every at-bat in every game, but you're not going to get through it until you fight your way through it. And the sooner you do it, the more success you'll have once you get through it.
And Doug, another guy who's trying to fight through that slump situation is Giovanni Soto. Obviously, NL Rookie of the Year last year. What have you seen from his play at the plate that maybe is leading to his struggles?
Well, I think he's had a tough time. I mean, I noticed a lot that he's up under the ball. He's kind of popping a lot of balls up. But I like Gio's swing. I think he has a quick swing. It's short. I can understand how he had his success last year. And maybe just getting behind the 8 ball, starting off early, being injured, and not getting that rhythm. And now he's trying to capitalize. But, he has a quick stroke. And, you saw him hit a couple home runs where, the ball jumps off his bat. So I feel good about him staying with that in the second half and maybe getting it together.
Coming up next on BMW Crosstown Pregame Live, our hitters, Blandville, Hollinsworth, Melton, and the big hurt, Frank Thomas, they will dig in. They will give us their key to a victory in Game 1 of the Crosstown Classic.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Crosinger Hyundai Lincolnwood is holding a one-time only 3-day extreme price reduction event. Come in now and save thousands on hundreds of vehicles. Hyundai Sonata's only $10,900 at Crosinger during this sale. Hyundai Santa Fe's just $16,900. Find extreme savings on every vehicle in stock. Lenders will be on hand for instant credit approval. Got a trade? Get more for it at this event. We need your trade now. Crosinger Hyundai's extreme price reduction sale ends soon. Hurry in and save.
Give your home a look that lasts with Dutch Boy Paint from Menards. Exterior DuraWeather paint provides a durable lifetime finish with one coat coverage, only $20.98 a gallon. 5-gallon pails are also on sale. Add a touch of style to your home with a new lock set. All Schlage and Dexter lock sets are on sale. The Byron Passage knob in polished brass finish is only $6.99. This flare entry lever in satin nickel finish is only $39.99.
Save big money at Menards.
There's a new reliable choice for your business's phone needs. Mediacom Business Phone. Whether you have a small shop or a large office, we deliver the flexible technology and superior value your business demands. With business class support and dedicated account management, we'll tailor our services to meet your company's unique needs. Mediacom is the service you can trust at a great price. Call today and ask how you can save even more with high-speed internet and Mediacom Business TV and music. Mediacom Business. Your business better.
Just moments away and turning it over to Len and Bob for the call at 1:20. It is Dempster versus Danks in Game 1 of of the Crosstown Classic right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Joined now by our 4 hitters as we get the key to success for both sides of town in game 1 of this series. And we begin with Bill Melton. What's the key?
Well, Pat, I think I'm going to stay with breaking the cycle again. Alfonso Soriano has hit a home run 3 games in a row on the first pitch fastball. Got to throw these guys a breaking ball. Good fastball hitters, the Cubs. Break the cycle.
All right, Frank, what do you have for us? What's your key?
Still, even the weather's a little better today, I'm still going to go with pitching and defense. Whoever catches the ball the best, whoever pitches the best game is going to win this game.
Doug, what do you have for us?
Well, I feel good about the pitching going deep into the game. If you get the starters going 7, getting deep, I think that's going to make a huge difference.
Pitches going strong and deep into the contest. And Holly, what do you have for us?
I think the Cubs win this ball game if Ryan Dempster can avoid the big inning today. If he can get himself and keeps his walks down, he comes out throwing strikes early, turns it over to the 8th and 9th inning guys. I think you got a Cubs win on his hands.
Do you expect anything from the managers? Any excitement from them, Frank?
Since it's a day game, I don't know. Last night I was looking for someone to get ejected early, but today it's a day game. They might both want to stick around for a while.
Guys, great job. We will see you guys in some fashion or another on the post-game show. It is time now to turn it over to Len and Bob upstairs. Guys, things have dried off a bit, and we talk about the struggling offense for both the Northsiders and the Southsiders. I got a pretty good lineup here. I get Doug Glanville leading off, Todd Hollingsworth in the 2-hole, Bill Melton hitting 3, and the Big Hurt hitting the cleanup spot. Not too bad, huh?
Yeah, that would be a great all-city team, no question about that. And I'll tell you what, Pat, I think everybody here is happy. Finally, baseball is going to be played today. Bob, you talk about the rhythm of a baseball season. That's 2 full days off for both teams. That's almost too much, isn't it?
It is almost too much. As Ozzie well knows, the cages here aren't exactly conducive to getting a lot of extra work in here at Wrigley. But, given the magnitude of this series, I don't think we're going to have any trouble seeing guys get fired up.
No highlights from the game last night because it wasn't played. It was rained out. It'll be made up at a later date. But let's check out some highlights of some great moments in the history of this interleague matchup. Flashback to 1998, second year of the matchup. Brant Brown in the 12th inning here at Wrigley Field off Tony Castillo. Cubs win 6-5 the final. 3 years later, July 12, 2001. Bottom 8 tied at 1. Ricky Gutierrez with a grand slam off then Bobby Howry of the White Sox. Curtain call for Ricky. 5-1 the finals. The Cubs won that one. 2004, bottom 9, 1-1 tie. Damaso Marte walking Todd Walker with the bases loaded. Cubs win that one 2-1. And one of our favorites last year, Aramis Ramirez, bottom 9. The game-ending blast off Scott Linebrink. 4-3 Cubs, the final. This all-time series is tied at 33 apiece. The run differential extremely tight. And speaking of the symmetry between these two teams, Bob, each club without maybe its best hitter, Carlos Quentin for the White Sox, and the guy you just saw, Aramis Ramirez for the Cubs.
Yeah, no question. Very key pieces to both the respective offenses out of this series this year. Hopefully Aramis Ramirez will be back soon, but the guys that are in uniform and are going to be on the field today are looking to continue this great series. It's been dead even.
We both finally got a chance to say hi once again to Von Joshua. We hadn't talked to him since spring training, and he has to be excited about today.
I think he's very excited. I think he has a lot on his plate. He knows he has a lot of work ahead of him, but he's looking forward to this series.
Luke Stuckmeyer caught up with the Cubs' new hitting coach, Von Joshua.
All right, thanks, Len. Von, first of all, welcome to Wrigley Field. 26 years you've been a hitting coach. Can you believe it's been that long?
I tell you, the time sure goes by fast. And you know, look, I didn't even realize that all of a sudden guys are telling me, hey, you know, it's been 7 or 8 years since you've been in the major leagues. And I've been so busy with everything that I didn't realize it was that long. But it's good to be back. And this is the place to be. And, you know, I'm happy for the gym gave me the opportunity to do this. It's going to be a challenge. And, you know, I'm up for it. And, you know, I had a lot of these kids. So I know, with their swings need, how to make them tick a little bit. So hopefully we'll turn things around.
How much time have you spent just the first couple days here getting guys in the cage and looking at the swing to see what you might be able to do with it?
Actually, the first 2 days, I got here Sunday night, and Monday I spent most of the day looking at video, trying to get a little feel for Bradley and Fukudome and guys like that, guys I really don't know. But we did a lot of cage work yesterday. I did some things with Brad Bradley, so just kind of get them to know me a little bit, you know. And, you know, the young guys know me. I've been with them for years, you know, so just, you know, you gotta earn the respect of the veteran guys, you know, so it's just a matter of, you know, getting them acquainted with me and how we do things. And I've been knowing D. Lee since he was about 15 years old. I was good friends with his dad and uncle, so everybody's welcomed me real well, you know, and like I say, we've had a good 2 days so far.
Is there a first thing you do with a hitter, whether it's Fukudome or Bradley, that you say, hey, you need to do this and you need to do it right away, or do you not force what you're thinking at first?
No, I'm not like that. Look, I'm more of a soft seller. I'm not a hard seller guy. And, you know, even the couple little suggestions I made to Mill is like, you know, we just talked about some things, and I just say, hey, man, you know, I'm not going to come and tell you to do this and do that. You know, he's one of the guys that don't really know me that well. And I said, but there's some food for thought, and I just pointed out some of the things that I saw in the video. And, man, I mean, you know, he didn't realize that he was doing that. So we got off on the good foot, on the right foot so far. With Fukudome, I told him also, you know, he has this guy. And I just out there the last 2 days, I just been out there observing him and just trying to learn his swing. And I asked him questions, you know, what he's trying to accomplish and things. So it's just a matter of him getting to know me and me getting to know him also.
Now, I read your history a little bit, and I saw, you know, you were with our analyst, Todd Hollinsworth, when he was a rookie. I told Todd before the game, I said, if he could turn you into Rookie of the Year, this guy's a genius.
Well, you know, yeah, I was in the Dodgers organization when Todd came in. Unfortunately, I was up in AAA when he came in. As he started coming up through the system, I had already gone. But I can remember him when he first stepped in, and you're right, he came a long way. I was just teasing him yesterday. I saw him. You know, he was a football player, you know, and he was stiff as a board. So they had a good swing, but it was very, very stiff. And over those first few years, he learned to loosen it up, and let's say became the Rookie of the Year and had a great, great career.
And one last thing, can these guys turn this around? Because there's some great hitters on this team. They proved it last year. Best offensive team in the National League. What little things need to be tweaking, and can it be turned around?
Oh, no question. We can definitely turn around. The good thing, you know, you look at it, we're only like, say, 3 games out, and, you know, you can look at it one or two ways. You can look at it and say we could be 12 games out, or we could be 5 games ahead, you know. So, but it could be turned around. And the little things, I think one of the big things that we're trying to stress, Lou stressed to me, you know, when he got me in there and talked to me, is that we need to do a better job on, you know, scoring, you know, getting guys in, you know, that are in scoring position. And, you know, my biggest thing, look, is that I'm trying to get the guys, especially the young guys that I've had, to get them back to the basics. And what I see in watching the games a lot, you know, and I see that it seems like a lot of guys are trying to hit the ball in the ballpark. And so I'm just trying to stress, and they know how I am. I don't like to go up there and just swing for every pitch to be out of the ballpark. So I'm just trying to get Giovanni and Rhino and those guys to understand that, hey, be a good hitter with power. Don't just try to be a power hitter. So those are some of the things, the main things we were trying to do. Just, you know, get back to the basics and, you know, be a good hitter and make a solid contact, and we'll go from there.
Well, we're looking forward to watching you work this season, and we appreciate you having some time for us today.
Thanks very much. My pleasure.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you, Len. Vaughn Joshua, the new hitting coach of the Cubs.
Thanks so much, Luke. When we return, we will set the pitching matchup. Cubs made a change today. John Danks will go for the White Sox, and Ryan Dempster for the home team.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Verizon, it's the network.
So you're saying these 10 candies represent our friends and family, the 10 people we can call, whatever network they're on, without using our minutes.
That's included. No extra cost.
Oh.
So then, excuse me, Sammy. This would be like the 80 million people on Verizon Wireless we can call too. Yep, also included. Don't eat it, Marcia!
Save minutes and money with Verizon Wireless. Unlimited calling to 10 out-of-network numbers, even landlines. Plus, get America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. Now check out the new LG NV3 and get the new LG NV Touch for $99.99.
Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team.
Need
Need tires? Then it's time to visit your neighborhood tire store, Cassidy Tire and Service, with 15 Chicagoland locations. Cassidy Tire always offers low prices, friendly service, and state-of-the-art clean and family-friendly stores. Cassidy also offers the services your vehicle needs to keep it on the road longer. Come in now, buy 4 Continental tires and get a free GPS system. Family-owned and operated for 4 generations, Cassidy Tire always has the right tire for your vehicle in stock and priced less. Visit CassidyTire.com for the location near you.
In Moline, Illinois, at the iWireless Center, comes an event where tickets start at $15. It's World Wrestling Entertainment. See the legend killer Randy Orton battle the game Triple H for the WWE Championship. Plus, see John Cena, the Animal Batista, Big Show, and more. It's SummerSlam Tour. Tickets are on sale now, starting at $15. WWE, the best value in entertainment.
Follow Tiger's quest to win back-to-back at Bethpage Black during U.S. Open Week on Golf Channel. When the Open returns to New York, live from the U.S. Open on Golf Channel will be your week-long all-access pass to Tiger's title defense at Bethpage.
U.S. Open Week is sponsored in part by Saki Golf Course, River Valley Turf, and Orthopedic Specialists.
5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Welcome back to the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. The Cubs hosting the White Sox. It's a rain-shortened 2-game series after the game was postponed last night. And let's check in on the pitching matchup now. The Cubs deciding to go with Ryan Dempster today as normally scheduled because of a family situation next week, which we'll tell you about later. John Danks was scheduled to go tomorrow, and he'll pitch today.
Dempster on a really good roll. 20 innings over his last 3 starts. He surrendered 1 earned run. John Danks gives up hits, but he will attack the Cubs offense.
So Dempster for the Cubs, left-hander Danks for the White Sox, and we are set for the Crosstown series here on Comcast Sportsnet. We'll have the lineups and all the action coming up.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana area BMW dealers. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Performance now is all about logic. That some cars cost as much as $1,500 to maintain is one thing. That others cost even more is quite another. That a BMW costs you nothing to maintain defies all logic whatsoever. And in turn, makes it the most logical choice of all. Performance now is the 3 Series. Lease a BMW 328i for $349 a month until June 30th.
Most companies don't work these hours, but I'm here just in case. See, with no middleman, you call Safe Auto Direct. It keeps our costs down so we can keep you legal for less. Call 1-800-SAFE-AUTO, day or night, and we'll be here 24/7 when you need us. Safe Auto, just in case.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices. Discount Tire.
Toby Keith, America's Toughest Tour. Presented by Ford F-Series. Saturday, September 19th at First Midwest Bank Amphitheater with very special guest Trace Adkins. Tickets on sale this Saturday, June 20th at 10 a.m. Buy tickets at livenation.com. Toby Keith, America's Toughest Tour. Presented by Ford F-Series.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Coaches and players say it's just another series, but we know better. For the fans, this means everything. The invasion of the White Sox evokes intensity, excitement, tension, and power. The White Sox trying to get this one into the 10th. Deep to center field. Anderson's back. Warning track. Ball game over. Cubs win. Ramirez into center. They win it 4-3. The Crosstown rivalry continues. Next. The corner of Clark and Addison, and the weather is going to cooperate today. It's city bragging rights on the line, and these two teams have each won 33 of the first 66 since the interleague matchup began in 1997. The Cubs hosting the White Sox here on Comcast Sportsnet, and two teams definitely with playoff hopes. They both won their divisions last year. The White Sox are in the third in the American League Central. The Cubs 3.5 out in fourth place in the NL Central. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Everybody's ready for baseball. The Cubs haven't played since Sunday. It was a big win for them. The White Sox also coming off a big series win over Milwaukee. Bob, a focus of this offense has been Milton Bradley from the start of the season. He got off to a very slow start. We know about the defensive issues earlier on the homestand, but looks like he's starting to heat up at the plate.
Yeah, taking some much better at-bats, working some deep counts, laying off of those pitchers' pitches as you get a look at the numbers through May 6th and since May 7th. And really, we talked to Von Joshua earlier in the telecast here. I think the relationship between Milton Bradley and Von Joshua is really going to determine a lot of what the Cubs offense and Milton Bradley are able to do in the second half of the season.
So he will participate in this Crosstown series for the very first time, and we're just moments away from the first pitch, but let's send it down to the field now and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The fans are ready to go, and coming up from Wrigley Field, it's Danks versus Dempster. Lou and Ozzie. The great matchup coming up.
Cubs and White.
This is liberation through acceleration. This is the Lexus IS line at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Swing into Mulligan's Valley Pub for fun times and a great atmosphere. Kick back, sample the incredible drink selections and our daily specials. Watch your favorite teams and sporting events on our flat screen TVs or sit out on the patio with a view of Valley Falls Golf Course. Come see us on Taco Tuesday. Your donations directed to local charities and people in need. Live music on Saturdays. Visit our website, mulligansvalleypub.com. Get your Irish on in Coe Valley.
At Mulligan's Valley Pub.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf, one slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Coal Valley.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by the all-new 2010 Lexus RS, reinventing the vehicle that invented it all. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. McDonald's of Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Honda. Test drive a 2009 Honda today at your Honda dealer. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, dedicated to giving you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
Well, it's, I wouldn't say it's hot. It's mild. You see Lou with the jacket on. Overcast skies. We've seen just a little bit of sunshine today, but Bob, it's dry, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. We're going to get baseball underway here shortly. Very comfortable on the field during batting practice. Both teams got a chance to get out here on the surface at Wrigley Field and bang it around a little bit, and anxious to get it started.
Cubs are just about ready to take the field as they try to get back over the 500 mark. They're at break even for the 12th time already this season. Left-hander John Danks getting set to work for the visitors. The Cubs will not have to face Jose Contreras in the series. Gavin Floyd will start tomorrow, and Contreras will go this weekend for the White Sox in Cincinnati. Carlos Zambrano will start tomorrow. Ryan Dempster today. He's going to then pitch Monday, the makeup game in Atlanta, and that'll allow Ryan to come back here and attend to some family duties. We told you the story recently. His daughter Riley has been in the hospital since she was born, so the Cubs have done everything possible to give Ryan all the time he needs for his family. So that's why Ryan's going today, and Big Z tomorrow. And Randy Wells in the dugout was supposed to pitch in this series, but he will go on Sunday against the Cleveland Indians. So some changes in the rotation, but that's why the manager and pitching coach write them in pencil.
That's right. Everything in pencil.
Prior to today's game, Steve Keel of Edward Jones Investments presented the Edward Jones Player of the Month Award to Randy Wells for his outstanding pitching in the month of May. Visit your local Chicagoland Edward Jones Investments and make sense of your investing. Ryan Dempster's putting together a great month of June. And while he takes his warm-up tosses, let's check out the White Sox Southwest starting lineup. Same 1 through 9 as Ozzie Guillen was going to put out there last night. Posednik, Ramirez, Dye at the top. Paul Konerko hits well in this park. So does Jermaine Dye. A.J. Przinsky, a longtime nemesis of the Cubs. Brian Anderson can go get him in center. Chris Getz at second. Gordon Beckham at third. So a couple of young guys in their infield along with Ramirez, and John Danks will get his first hacks at the plate this year.
Let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Soriano, Johnson, and Bradley across the outfield. Fontenot, Terrio, Miles, and Lee across the infield. Giovanni Soto doing the catching today for right-hander Ryan Dempster. Mentioned Dempster's last 3 starts, a win and 2 no decisions. He's pitched a total of 20 innings. He's only given up 16 base hits and 1 earned run. Really throwing the ball well lately.
Check out the umpires. Wild Bill Hahn behind the plate. We'll get a look at his stash a little later. Dreckman, Emmel, and Darling, the crew chief, on the bases. So Scott Podsednik's back with the White Sox, and right now he's filling in for the injured Carlos Quentin, who's out with a foot injury.
Well, Len, if this game holds true to history, you would expect the three guys that you mentioned, Dye, Konerko, and Pierzynski, to be the guys to keep an eye on in this White Sox lineup. And for me, yeah, Derek Lee swinging the hot bat lately. I think Alfonso Soriano is due to bust out, and this is as good a time as any.
Yeah, that's a good pick. So here we go. Dempster to Podsednik, and that's a strike. And the man they call Scotty Pods. He's hit .320 in his career against the other league. 1-1 the count. They shade him the other way in the outfield. Johnson shaded toward left center. And a foul off to the left. 1-2.
Not much wind as the game gets underway here at Wrigley. Just ever so slightly moving. The flags blowing straight in from center field. Shouldn't really affect the ball in play too much today.
A fly ball center field. Johnson going back after coming in. And he makes the catch for the first out. Get the weather stats. 64 clearing. And the wind again out of the north, not blowing very hard.
Hey, you look at this White Sox lineup. We've seen Podsednik, Ramirez at the plate now. Down at the bottom of the order gets even Brian Anderson, who doesn't have a great percentage, but all capable of stealing a base. So if it comes down to small ball and trying to generate some offense with your legs, the White Sox are probably a little better suited with the lineup that they have today.
Alexei Ramirez. And he bunted it foul. 0-2.
Boy, did Ryan Dempster a big favor there. Dempster trying to lead him out of the strike zone with the slider, anticipating a swing from Ramirez. He showed bunt, and rather than pull back and take that pitch low and away out of the zone, he bunted it foul. Thank you very much.
Played mostly second base in his rookie year last year. He's now at short. So he's a second-year player, and they have a couple of rookies in their lineup on the infield, and Getz and Beckham. Still 1-2 with Jermaine Dye on deck. Dempster winds and comes back, and Ramirez threw his bat at it, just able to hang in there. That's one way to do it.
You see that happen frequently throughout the course of the season. A hitter just trying to protect the plate with 2 strikes, let go of that bat just to try to get a piece of it, but you rarely see the bat go directly back over the pitching rubber.
Dempster trying to put away Ramirez. Tapper foul. And this battle continues. The White Sox, it's hard to figure out, but they have been so much better offensively on the road than at their home park, which is extremely hitter friendly. Ozzie and Joey Cora having some fun with somebody. I don't know if they're pointing at Lou or what. A fly ball to left, and it's well hit. Soriano's not going to have room, just into the basket. A 1-2 pitch deposited out for a home run. That's the 6th homer of the year for Ramirez, and the White Sox strike first. Well, that swing reminded me a little bit of the Cubs left fielder. There have been some comparisons made between Alexei Ramirez and Alfonso Soriano, although Alfonso usually hits the low pitch.
Yeah, that ball is above the belt, outside part of the plate. You really would have liked to seen Ryan expand the strike zone a lot more against Ramirez. He's been known to chase bad pitches up, down, in, and out. Pitch was up, but not enough.
That one was up and in on Jermaine Dye, drawing a big reaction from fans of both teams. Jermaine Dye had a huge season series last year against the Cubs. He hit .458 with 2 doubles, 3 homers. He knocked in 9 and scored 6 times in the 6 games. Made 2 excellent catches in right on June 27th of last year versus the Cubs. And he's hit in 17 straight in this ballpark. Guy behind him has hit in 12 in a row here, Paul Konerko. Ryan really struggling with his command in this particular at bat.
It just doesn't appear to be real fluid at the point of release right now. He jerked that ball all the way over in the left-handed batter's box. He'll find it eventually, and hopefully the sooner the better.
A bouncer to Ryan Theriot at short, and he shoots it across to Derek Lee. 2 down. And now it's Paul Konerko, who did not play in either Crosstown series. Last year he had a left oblique strain. It was his first career DL stint. I know you were perusing the interesting facts and info on this all-time series, and Paul Konerko's played in a lot of games against the Cubs.
Yeah, more than anybody else in this Crosstown rivalry.
Gobbled up by Mike Fontenot, and he throws out Konerko to end the White Sox first. Ramirez with a home run into the basket and left. The Cubs will take their shot at lefty John Danks when we return.
Give your home a look that lasts with Dutch Boy Paint from Menards. Exterior DuraWeather paint provides a durable lifetime finish with 1-coat coverage. Only $20.98 a gallon. 5-gallon pails are also on sale. Add a touch of style to your home with a new lock set. All Schlag and Dexter lock sets are on sale. The Byron Passage knob in polished brass finish is only $6.99. This flare entry lever in satin nickel finish is only $39.99.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Waterproof and sweat-proof sunscreen can wear out, leaving skin vulnerable. New Neutrogena Ultimate Sport with Helioplex provides the highest average UVA, UVB protection and is also 3 times more waterproof than testing standards. Neutrogena Ultimate Sport.
And now we're back in the living room. And now, bedroom. Wow. And...
Alexei Ramirez with a home run in the first. Let's see what the Cubs can do here in the bottom of the inning. Their Southwest starting lineup. A lot of low batting averages. Soriano and Bradley and Soto and Fontenot and Miles all trying to get it going. Derek Lee has been the hottest Cub here in the month of June.
Quick look at the Sox defensively. Podsednik, Anderson, Dye across the outfield. Beckham, Ramirez, Getz, and Konerko across the infield. That guy, A.J. Przinsky, behind the plate for left-hander John Danks. Mentioned Danks gives up his share of hits talking to the Cubs batters and talking to Von Joshua before the game. They said he will attack the Cubs. He likes to challenge the strike zone. He'll work his fastball in and out. Has a real good straight changeup. A slurvy breaking ball that he'll change speeds on, but he will throw strikes.
He's gone 2-0 against Soriano. The next pitch, swing and a miss, 2-1. So Danks now working for the first time in a full week with the rain out yesterday. Very good against Detroit his last time out. His longest start of the season, 7 1/3, gave up 2 runs, but he took the loss. 2-2. Terrio and then Bradley to follow for the Cubs here in the first inning.
Well, those are the counts and the pitches that the Cubs are going to have to take advantage of against John Danks. A 3-1 fastball.
Strikes out Soriano to start it.
Well, after the 3-1 fastball, he comes back with that changeup that we talked about. Got Soriano way out in front. Danks is willing to challenge the Cubs hitters in those good hitters counts. You just have to be ready to take advantage and hit that ball hard somewhere. Soriano fouled off that 3-1 fastball, middle of the plate, down around the knees.
Ryan Terrio had the game-ending RBI hit on Sunday against the Minnesota Twins. Seems like a long time ago. It was only 2 days. Well, it was actually 3 days, so I guess it is as long as it seems. Ramirez throws to first to get Terrio 2 outs.
It was a lot longer than that. Well, 2 days during a baseball season without playing baseball is a long time for a player. These guys are very much creatures of habit. They're used to going through the regular routine and getting out there and doing their thing. And 2 days off in the middle of a baseball season seems like an eternity.
Bradley batting right-handed against the lefty Danks. 1 for 3 with a homer and a strikeout against him in his career. Called strike. Danks working quickly. And some Mark Burley comparisons made, and if you're going to be compared to Mark Burley, you have to work fast. Only reason he didn't win his last start is he was beaten by Justin Verlander, who went the distance. Mark Burley still on cloud 9 after his first career homer in Milwaukee. One-two pitch, high and away, 2-2.
And that's a pitch that will occasionally get Danks into trouble as well. I mentioned he's got a really nice straight changeup, but occasionally he'll leave it up in the zone, and it becomes very hittable at that point.
Second full count of the inning. Off the end of the bat, Anderson will have a routine play in center, and Danks with an uneventful 1-2-3 first inning. It's 1-0 White Sox.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on. It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on.
Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on. Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Southwest Airlines announces new service out of Chicago Midway. Fly to New York LaGuardia starting June 28th or Boston Logan starting August 16th for just $89 one way. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
This Friday, critics across the country are saying yes.
Yes? Yeah. Yes.
To the proposal.
We are getting married. Can't find a love like ours.
It's riotously funny.
Breakfast. What is that?
The morning. Hilarious.
Yeah, a tad loose. It's like an Easter egg. There they are. Yeah.
Laugh out loud funny. By far the year's best comedy.
Hello?
Oh my God!
Naked!
Why are you wet? The proposal. So naked. Rated PG-13. Friday.
Okay, I get it. These 10 sprinkles represent our friends and family. The 10 people we can call whatever network they're on without using our minutes.
That's included, no extra cost.
Then these would be like the 80 million people on Verizon Wireless we can also call?
Yep, also included. Huh. Do you want whipped cream?
Save minutes and money with Verizon Wireless. Unlimited calling to 10 out-of-network numbers, even landlines. Plus, get America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. And now buy a Samsung Trans for $49.99 and get up to 4 phones free.
Tomorrow, saddle up for a dangerous duel at noon as Bulk and Airco and the Sox duke it out with Crosstown rivals Gary Lee and the Chicago Cubs. Coverage begins with Belco Crosstown Pregame Live. The Crosstown Classic in HD tomorrow at noon on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access. You won't get it.
Second inning, Dempster against A.J. Przinsky, ball one. Przinsky with one career home run against Dempster, and it was a big one. Game winner, a 3-run shot on July 1st of 2006. That came here at Wrigley. Johnson got a really good jump and all kinds of time to make the catch once he got to the spot.
The quieter you can keep A.J. Przinsky in this game and in this series, the better your chances of winning a ball game and winning a series.
Brian Anderson. Former first-round pick in 2003, former #1 prospect of the White Sox.
Len, do you think it's fair to compare Brian Anderson to former Cub Felix P.A., a guy that had all the tools, just a star waiting to happen? We know it didn't work out for P.A.
It's going to drop between Miles and Bradley. Well, Anderson has been such a terrific defensive player that it's really kept him getting all kinds of playing time.
It's jammed a little bit, little slicing pop-up out into shallow right field. Late start for Bradley, not able to make the play. Don't think he would have gotten there with a good read anyway.
Here's Chris Getz playing second. He bats from the left side. The leaders in the American League among rookies. Second in hits with 41. Broke his bat as he shoots it down into the right field corner. Anderson is going to be sent by Jeff Cox, the third base coach. Miles will not make a relay throw. That is a broken bat RBI triple for Chris Getz.
It's not always how you hit him, it's where you hit him. That ball got down near the trademark for Chris Getz. That flew into several pieces, but the ball ended up down against the ivy in the right field corner. Getz with really good speed. And he'll chug into third base, and White Sox have their second run of the ball game.
That brings up their current #1 prospect, according to Baseball America. Gordon Beckham playing third. Infield in, ball one. Beckham with 4 RBIs, and all 4 coming in his last 2 games. 8th overall pick in the 2008 first-year draft. He played shortstop in college. The 1-0 from Dempster's popped up, but there will not be a play. It's behind the White Sox dugout. Well, you don't want to get behind by too much early with the way the Cubs offense has struggled lately.
Yeah, and John Danks had a solid first inning. We'll see how he goes as this game moves forward. But Ozzie Guillen has a very deep and balanced bullpen available. 3 lefties, 4 righties.
It's holding at third as it goes to Terrio, who throws across, 2 outs. And now Dempster will face Danks to get out of it. Watch the Cubs take on the Indians this Friday at 1:20. It's Promo Works Sampling Day. Sponsors include Jewel Osco, Jay's Potato Chips, Kellogg's Snacks, and Merck's Cheese. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs barbecue apron. Compliments of Promo Works. 1 for 8 in his career. Fontenot in at third, everybody else back with 2 outs. A little pressure on John Danks after Mark Burley hit his first major league home run on Sunday. Fontenot and Terrio going after it. And no play. You think he closed his eyes when he took this swing?
Well, I don't know. I used to do that from time to time, but being the competitor Mark Burley is, I think he knew what he was doing right there. Nice, short, quick swing. He was choked up on the bat, got the barrel on it. What a feeling.
Josh Beckett also hit a home run on Sunday. First time 2 American League pitchers homered on the same day since 1971. August 28th of that year. So that was before the DH, right? Les Kane of Detroit, Dave McNally of Baltimore. Swing and a miss. Dempster with his first strikeout. But the White Sox with a run in each of the first 2 innings. After an inning and a half, it's 2-0 White Sox.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
This is liberation through acceleration. This is the Lexus IS line. Enter Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
After every Cubs game, only one show in Chicago brings you immediate interviews and press conferences from the ballpark. Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Plus, Major League veteran Todd Hollandsworth looks beyond the box score with the best analysis in town. Lowe's Cubs postgame live after every game on Comcast Sportsnet.
This Saturday is Culver's Day at Wrigley Field. Game time 12:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Cubs batting practice hat. Compliments of Culver's Restaurants. Get Culverized. Well, we appreciate Mike Quaddy, the Cubs third base coach. You can see the microphone clipped to his jersey. He has agreed to be mic'd up for the first few innings of this game, and if we hear anything of interest, and hopefully he'll have a busy day at third base, you'll get a chance to hear some sounds of the game from Mike Quaddy.
Hopefully we'll get to hear him say, keep going, keep going, keep going. Waving him around.
Derek Lee taking strike one from John Danks. Let's hope the couple of days off haven't slowed down Derek Lee. 13-game hitting streak during which he has 19 hits, an overall on-base streak that has reached 23 games.
No, there's no question who the guy in the Cubs lineup is that the White Sox want to be extremely careful with, and that's the guy at the plate right now, Derek Lee. Certainly Ozzie and his team have a lot of respect for Alfonso Soriano and Milton Bradley. But when you look at the recent numbers, Derek Lee is the guy that's been swinging at the hottest for the Cubs, and the guy that I'm sure they would like to have in this situation, leading off innings.
Outside on a fastball, 2-2. Giovanni Soto and then Reed Johnson for the Cubs. So you see the longest current on-base streaks. Derek among the leaders, and he extends it one more game as Beckham just couldn't get it. And the Cubs have their first base runner.
Ground ball through that left side. Beckham had just backed way up at third base. You could see he was just a few steps from the cut of the grass on the outfield there, but still couldn't range to his left to make the play.
Giovanni Soto coming off one of his best games of the year on Sunday. 3 hits, 2 doubles, and an RBI. Inside on Soto, one of the guys who has worked very closely with Von Joshua in the Cubs minor league system. There's definitely a comfort factor for all the guys who've come through the system and have worked with Joshua. I talked to Coy Hill yesterday about it, and there's no feeling out process in terms of Vaughn talking to guys like Terrio and Soto and Fontenot and Hoffpower. If he sees something he doesn't like, he can just be very direct. Now, the veteran guys he hasn't been around, got to be a little bit more careful, which he told Luke Stuckmeyer in the pregame show.
Yeah, we heard him talking about specifically Bradley and Fukudome. Just he's not a hard sell guy.
Fair ball, kicks off the heel of the glove of Beckham. And the Cubs have 2 on with no outs. Been a tough inning for Beckham. Just couldn't get the single by Lee, and has one clank off his glove here. See how they score it. It is a hit for Soto.
Ball got in on Gio a little bit. Had to really shorten his swing, pull his hands in close to his body, hit it right over the bag at third. Beckham, not the most experienced third baseman. He's more accustomed to playing shortstop. That time tried to get over in front of the ball and kind of put his body into a bad position rather than reach across and make the backhand play.
They have now changed it to an error.
I'll tell you, that's a big adjustment, moving from one of the middle infield positions to a corner infield position. You may say, well, if you're a shortstop, you should be able to handle third base. Well, at shortstop, you have an opportunity to use your legs to get your body into position to make a play. At third base, a lot of times, it's just a quick reaction play.
1 strike on Reed Johnson.
Not to mention the angle of the ball coming off the bat. They call it the hot corner for a reason.
Cubs trailing 2-0, but a single and an error. And they are threatening here in the second. Danks coming to the plate. Swing and the miss.
Doesn't figure to be a run situation here, especially not with the personnel that the Cubs have on base. Nobody out in the inning. But at some point in this series, I would anticipate that Lou's going to try to test A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. He has had a miserable time. 1 for 38 this season, throwing out runners at second base.
0-2 to Johnson, way out in front. And rockets it foul.
And you'll see a lot of that against John Danks today, especially the right-handed hitters. That changeup gets the hitters way out in front. When you do make contact, chances are it's going to be pulled hard down that third base line.
Beckham with another opportunity, and this time they get a 5-4-3 double play. Well, every defender will tell you if you make an error, he wants another one hit right at him, and Beckham with a fairly routine chance, and they turn it.
Got a much better hop this time than on the first 2. Came right up to him. He initiates that double play. Easy turn at second base. Reed nearly beat it out over there at first, but Cubs going to need a little 2-out something here to get Derek Lee home.
And it's up to Mike Fontenot. Batting 7th against the left-hander Danks.
Well, and just getting back to Von Joshua for a moment, he kind of eased into it with Kosuke and with Milton Bradley, a couple guys that he's not that familiar with. But when I asked him about Theriot and Fontenot and Soto, the guys he knew, he said he just got right on them right away. What do you do? When you've seen a player and you've seen his swing, and Vaughn has said many times this morning that he watched a lot of the games on TV to analyze the swings and to watch the guys that he's had in the minor leagues, and he did not hesitate to come up here and get on them right away.
By the way, he said, "You're doing great. Don't change a thing." Roll to Konerko, moving to his right, Danks over to cover, and he gets out of it. The Cubs put the first 2 on, but cannot score, and it's still 2-zip White Sox after 2.
On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement is back in the second annual Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of action featuring the wacky superstars and fan interaction. Kids under 14 will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Tickets starting at just $5. Order today at Cubs.com.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices. Discount Tire.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Stop by Subway restaurants, buy a fresh value meal, and play the meal ticket where everyone wins. Just scratch, enter online, and win. You could get free meals for a year, free movie rentals from Blockbuster.com, free cookies or other great prizes. Remember, 1 sub, 1 side, 1 drink. That's the ticket. So buy a fresh value meal, get a ticket, win a prize. It's that easy. Subway. Eat fresh.
Tonight, catch the latest edition of Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tonight, legendary Bear Gale Sayers and Northwestern head football coach Pat Fitzgerald are live in studio. Also, a complete breakdown of the Crosstown Classic. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Harris Bank, tonight at 5:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Pasednik, he missed again, 3-0. And Pasednik was not going to swing at that. No matter what, he takes the walk. First one given up by Dempster. Scott is 8 for 11 in the stolen base department. In 2004, Scott Pasednik had 70 stolen bases to lead the majors. 59 for the White Sox when they won the World Series in 2005. So the Cubs will keep an eye on him. 1-0 on Ramirez, who homered his first time.
That's why that strike one is so important to the number 2 hitter. When you have a leadoff batter that will steal bases, you'd like to get ahead of that 2 hitter to give yourself the option of pitching out later in the sequence. Now he's back in the count.
And talking about the White Sox and their home and road splits, they're hitting .282. That was going into action today on the road. Just .219 on the south side. In a park that always seems to favor offense. Now, we know the weather has been pretty awful over the first 2.5 months of the season here in Chicago. I would guess their numbers will get better as the weather heats up. Swing and a miss. 1-2. That's a good place to hit a home run. U.S. Cellular Field.
Especially, as you said, when the weather does start to heat up. And that's the main excuse I've heard was just the weather this year here in Chicago and throughout the Midwest. We really haven't had any spring to speak of. A lot of cold, rainy days and nights.
And he struck him out on a good slider.
If you had to do over again, that's probably the way Dempster would have attacked Ramirez his first go-around. You may remember Ramirez hit a high fastball up and out over the plate into the bleachers in left field to put the White Sox on the board. But you mentioned the similarities between Ramirez and Soriano, and one of the similarities is they will both chase that slider out of the zone low and away.
Nothing on Dye. Grounded to short his first time. It just joined us. Alexei Ramirez with a one-out homer in the first. Chris Getz a one-out RBI triple in the second. Posednik got a pretty good jump when he gets in. Beats the throw by Soto for his 9th stolen base.
Picked a good pitch, got a decent jump over there at first base. That was a split-fingered fastball down low. You could see Aaron Miles trying to block the base with his left foot. And he actually did keep Posednik from getting on the bag initially, but he blew right through the block, got his left hand on the bag, and is called safe. Very subtle move out there by a middle infielder. When you know a base runner is going to go in head first, you can be a little more aggressive blocking a bag at second or at third base or even at first base on a pickoff attempt. If a guy goes in feet first half the time and head first half the time, it's a little bit more of a dicey proposition.
Dempster might have gotten away with a slider, although in a 2-0 count, Dye wasn't looking for it. He got the high pitch for a strike. He buries that one, and it's 3-1. Dempster got a no decision his last time out. 7 innings, 1 run in Houston. He's in a great groove. His last 3 starts, his ERA has gone from .499 to .448. Then to .412 and currently down to .387. And it's been a struggle this afternoon as he's walked 2 in the inning.
Hey, Cub fans, you can get a full meal for under $5 thanks to McDonald's Appetite Stimulus Package. A hot sandwich, a cold drink, and delicious fries, all for under $5.
2 on for Konerko.
You know, with first base open, Len, after Ryan Dempster fell behind Jermaine Dye, I don't think he was going to give in to him and just throw him a lollipop that he could whack out of here. A potential double play here to get out of the inning if he can get Paul Konerko to hit the ball on the ground.
Well, we won't see Jim Thome as a starter in this series. No DH rule. And that's a good thing. Thome's been hitting the ball well lately, but as he has him late in the game for pinch hitting purposes if needed.
Thome 0 for 1 on the season as a pinch hitter. That's been one area for the White Sox. It's been a little problematic. They're 1 for 33 as a team in pinch hit appearances.
There's that double play ball. Terrio, Miles, and Lee. They turn it easily. So the walk to Dye pays off, and then it did set up that double play. So the Cubs using their defense to get out of the inning and help out Ryan Dempster. Still 2-0 for the visitors.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen.
Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
While everyone else is trying to imitate your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, nobody can say what Hyundai can say. Only Hyundai can say we've got your back with the Hyundai Assurance. Only Hyundai can say America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000 miles. Toyota, Honda, and Nissan can't say any of that. And right now, drive the most affordable car on the road, the Hyundai Accent, for only $99.70. Or purchase a 33 MPG 2009 Hyundai Elantra and get $2,000 cash back. Discover what only Hyundai can say at your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers today.
I think that possibly, maybe I'm falling for you. Yes, there's a chance that I've fallen quite hard over you. I've seen the waters that make your eyes shine.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide. Get the BlackBerry Bold for $199.99 after mail-in rebate, only from AT&T.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan. Wednesday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll break down the first two games of the Crosstown Classic between the Sox and Cubs and look ahead to Thursday's action. Plus, we'll talk football with Gale Sayers and Pat Fitzgerald. Wednesday at 5:30.
Aaron Miles bunts through strike one as we begin the bottom of the third. Great to have you with us today. It ends up being a two-game series because of the rainout last night. I've not heard of an official makeup date for last night's game. We keep hearing mutual off days in September as the potential makeup dates. Knocked down by Danks. Ball right at his feet, and he gets the easy out against the former White Sox, Aaron Miles. Time for a Coors Light freeze cam. Miles trying to literally block Scott Podsednik on a stolen base attempt.
Tried to anchor that left foot there and make Podsednik slide into it and get the tag down before he could get his hand on the base, but the momentum that Podsednik had going into that head first slide, he actually blew right through the block and was able to get his hand on the bag before Miles applied the tag. Good way to break a finger.
I was going to say those spikes on Aaron Miles and every other middle infielder pretty sharp. One and one on Dempster. 3 hits on the year, including 1 double, and he hits it foul right field side. Danks working quickly, and he got him on the breaking ball for his second strikeout. Don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Indians this Sunday. Game time 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 males 14 and older will receive a Cubs Golf Club cover. Compliments of Comcast Sportsnet. Speaking of golf, we had a great time at the Ron Santo Charity Golf Tournament on the off day Monday in Long Grove, Royal Melbourne Country Club. 13th annual Ron Santo Golf Experience, raising funds to support JDRF and the fight against juvenile diabetes. I want to thank John, Dan, and Joe Pelletier and Ryan Martin. They welcomed my dad, Joe, and me with open arms. We had a great round of golf. We had 6 shots at it every time out there, which is nice, even though 5.5 because I don't play much. And it was just a perfect day to be out there, and I know you wanted to be there, but you caught a doubleheader in Peoria on Monday.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of Peoria, Rocky Van Aken, president of the ball club down there in Peoria, wants us to say happy birthday to his sister, Mikey Shadid. Didn't say how old she was. We don't want to bust her, but happy birthday, Mikey.
Soriano strikes out. Danks with his second 1-2-3 inning among the first three, and it's still 2-0 White Sox.
Scott, I want you to do something.
I'm not rubbing you with that chamois again.
We both enjoyed that. Now I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo.
The new Toasty Torpedo?
Yes, Scott. You make one.
Me?
I'm waiting for it, Scott. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek Ciabatta for only $4. Say it, Scott.
Only $4?
Say it with passion.
Only $4?
More passion.
Only $4.
Quiznos. Toasty.
Okay, I get it. These 10 sprinkles represent our friends and family. The 10 people we can call whatever network they're on without using our minutes.
That's included, no extra cost.
Then these would be like the 80 million people on Verizon Wireless we can also call?
Yep, also included. Do you want whipped cream?
Save minutes and money with Verizon Wireless. Unlimited calling to 10 out-of-network numbers, even landlines. Plus, get America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. And now buy a Samsung Trans for $49.99 and get up to 4 phones free.
Dad deserves a break. This Father's Day, Feltco's offering free installation.
That sounds like a great deal, Dad.
Call 866 for Feltco.
This Father's Day, give Dad something he can open again and again. Feltco is offering free installation. Do a single room or do your entire home. Call for a free estimate and free installation.
Hurry, free installation ends Father's Day.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feltco.
Tomorrow, saddle up for a dangerous duel at noon as Vulcan Airco and the Sox duke it out with Crosstown rivals Gary Lee and the Chicago Cubs. Coverage begins with Feltco Crosstown Pregame Live. The Crosstown Classic in HD tomorrow at noon on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
2-0 White Sox as we get into the fourth inning. It's outside on Przinsky. We talked about A.J. a lot in the past. He has long been public enemy number one here on the north side as he taps one to Fontenot, but he always seems to make a smart play at one time in the series. Quiet start today, 0 for 2. Time for our Aflac trivia question. Which Cub became the first player ever to invoke his privilege under the 10-and-5 trade rule? Get the answer coming up.
That's 10 years in the big leagues, 5 years with the same ball club.
Thank you for explaining. Yes.
It didn't mean he had dimes and nickels in his pocket.
10s and 5s, yeah. Now you can get a no-trade clause written into your contract, but once you get the 10-and-5 rights, you get that no-trade clause automatically. On Anderson. Give you one hint on the Aflac trivia question. The year was 1973 as Anderson takes the walk, which was also the first year of the designated hitter, in case you're wondering. Third walk issued by Dempster. Bob, we've seen Ryan his last couple of times out have really good stuff and excellent results. This is the day where the command is not there. He's going to have to battle his way around to keep his team in it.
And he's trying to find something that he can command in the strike zone consistently. He started out the game missing with his fastball. He tried to go to the slider. He's tried to mix in some split fingers. And so far just can't seem to find that consistent release point with any of his pitches.
Arteaga, a winner to be on the Menards grounds crew today. He is from Chicago, and I'm sure a big thrill during the Crosstown Classic. Gets knocked in Anderson with a triple. Broke his bat on it as he pulled it to right. Back in the second. Blown outside.
Well, if Wayne's going to work the first base side of the field and the dugout on the first base side, he may need a shovel after Ozzy's press conference before the ball game. Ozzy may not like Wrigley Field, but he gets his biggest audience here. Huge media throng, even yesterday during the rains, again today before the ball game. Well, once again, Ozzy looking for that coach apparently that they have seated somewhere in the stands.
The 2-0 on the way. Outside corner. 2-1. As we said last night, Ozzy being critical of this ballpark. I don't know if the Cubs really want the visiting manager to be too comfortable coming here.
And Ozzy was very careful to compliment the Cubs organization, the Cubs fans, the people that work here at Wrigley Field. It's just the facility itself, you know, that quite honestly could probably use some upgrades. But hey, like you said, you don't want the visitors to come in here and feel at home.
Too low, 3-1. They have Anderson at first. You have Getz at the plate. Going back to spring training, there was a lot of discussion about who was going to play second, who was going to play center, and they've used several guys at both spots. Getz has received the lion's share of the time at second. And same for Anderson in center. See if Anderson will be on the move on a 3-2 coming up.
I would certainly expect him to be on the move over there. He's one of their sources of speed. You'd love to get that, strike him out, throw him out, going with the slider.
He is running, swing and a miss. There you go. Strike him out, throw him out, double play, inning over. Time to get the offense going. Only one hit for the Cubs through 3. It'll be Terrio, Bradley, and Lee coming up, trailing 2-0.
Hope he has that insurance. You really need these days.
How come?
Well, if you're hurt and can't work, it pays you cash.
Yeah, to help with everyday bills. Like gas, the mortgage.
And groceries! It's like insurance for daily living.
So what's it called?
Oh, yeah.
Aflac, we've got you under our wing.
Since 1873, Coors Banquet has been brewed in one place and one place only, Golden, Colorado. It's followed one tradition: use the best high country barley and only Rocky Mountain water. And it's been brewed under one motto: never compromise. Now, maybe this means we're a little set in our ways, but we know a few guys who'll drink to that. Coors, the banquet beer.
Save energy and money with Geldwine windows from Menards. All vinyl single-hung windows are on sale. Choose from 12 sizes. They feature low-E insulated glass and are Energy Star rated with a tilt-in sash for easy cleaning. A 24 by 42-inch window is $89.95. Accent your windows with new blinds from Window Images. This premium vinyl blind is $688, or get the look of real wood in a durable vinyl blind, $1449. Plus, they can be trimmed to your exact width for free.
Save big money at Menards.
Time for today's Jimmy John's delivery. The key to a strike him out, throw him out double play is to call and execute the pitch to get the strikeout first. Ryan Dempster threw a perfect slider down and in to get the strikeout at home plate. Giovanni Soto threw a strike of his own to second base. Beautifully done. Strike him out, throw him out. Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
1-0 on Terrio, who grounded his short in his first at bat. Brzezinski sliding toward the outside part of the plate. Well, he missed his target, but he got the strike. In the end, that looks like a good pitch because it was a called strike, but those are the kinds of pitches that get put in the bleachers sometimes.
And occasionally you get lucky. You miss your spot from one side of the plate to the other, or up and down. You miss your spot badly and you can get away with it, but you make too many mistakes on the wrong side of the plate and you're going to be backing up third base a lot.
by Beckham. He will throw late. Well, it hasn't taken too long for Gordon Beckham to become very much involved in this Crosstown rivalry. He's been busy on defense.
Now, when you have a left-handed pitcher on the mound that throws that breaking ball into the righties, he likes to use a straight changeup. You figure you're going to be busy on the left side of the infield, and Beckham's had some tough chances. That one he was able to knock down. Fortunately for the Cubs, it got far enough away that Ryan Theriot was able to leg it out.
Now it's Bradley with the White Sox looking to turn a double play. Swing and a miss. Fly to center to end the first. Big leg kick. And Bradley in an 0-2 hole. I'll send out congratulations to Dan and Janine Grant. They welcomed in the newest Cub fan yesterday, Ryan Dominic Grant, joining big brother Danny. So congratulations to the Grants and Grandpa Dominic as well. Up and in.
Grandpa Dominic is getting to be a very experienced grandpa. I'd like to say a big hello to Mary McGrath. She is the sister of the Chicago Tribune's Dan McGrath. Just got out of the hospital. She's resting at home.
Flared left center for a base hit. Theriot makes the turn. He's going to test Pasetnik, and it's cut off by Ramirez. First and third, no outs. Well, I think, Bob, Ryan Theriot taking a cue from Derek Lee the other day. A little bit of a risk, but it pays off. He got there without a throw to the base.
And teams have been pretty liberal running on Scott Pasetnik throughout the course of his career. But anytime you have any outfielder moving laterally, that time Pasetnik moving to his left over into the gap in left center, it's going to take him a while to gather himself, get his shoulder pointed back at his target, and execute that throw. And Ryan Theriot figured it was worth the risk and makes it easily.
Cubs would like to cash in now. A strike to Lee. First and third, no outs. They had first and second no outs 2 innings ago and couldn't get it done. Sox will concede the run if they can get a shot at a double play. And Danks is going to fire to first, sending Bradley back. Everything else in baseball later. Only other matinee will be in San Francisco, the Angels and the Giants. Good changeup. 1-2. And everything of the interleague variety except for the Braves and the Reds in Cincinnati tonight. Cubs have played the fewest games in the majors. This is only their 61st contest. They have 4 makeups coming up. Flared center field. Anderson running hard. Makes a shoestring catch, and he keeps Theriot at third. A nice play by Anderson. The best thing he did there, Bobby, stayed on his feet.
Talked about Pasetnik moving to his left in left center field when Theriot went first to third. This time Anderson coming straight in. Ryan Theriot has no choice but to tag up and hope that Brian Anderson had to dive for that ball. As you said, once he was able to stay on his feet, no chance for Theriot to score. Running in hard right at his target.
So it's Soto with 1 out. Big hole on the right side. Getz playing very close to the base. Checked his swing, but not enough. 0-1.
We haven't seen Giovanni Soto hit too many balls to the right side of the field, especially on the ground. That's why Getz figures it's a safe bet to play up the middle of the field, even with Konerko holding on Milton Bradley at first. I mean, that is an enormous hole on the right side of the infield.
John Danks starting against the Cubs for the second time in his career. Had a no decision in his other start, which was here on June 20th of last year. That was a game ended by Aramis Ramirez with a home run off Scott Linebrink in the 9th.
And then we talk all the time about you don't ask guys to do things that they're not good at. But boy, if Giovanni Soto could push a bunt to the right side of the field past John Danks, nobody would have a play on it. Cut fastball on the inside part of the plate.
Terrio at third, Bradley at first. A 2-1. Soto not happy with either the result or the swing. 2-2. Both teams 0 for 3 with men in scoring position. Cubs trying to change that here. Swing and a miss. Got him on the changeup. 2 outs. To answer the Aflac trivia question, which Cub became the first player ever to invoke the 10-5 trade rule? It was Ron Santo, who refused a deal to the Angels prior to 1974. But then he was dealt to the White Sox. A deal involving Steve Stone, and they're sitting about 15 feet away from one another currently in the press box. And putting a lot of pressure on Reed Johnson. Now the Cubs have to have a hit to get a run, unless Danks uncorks a wild one or something. Boy, these are the ones, if you don't get them, Bob, they really sting, because early on in this inning, they didn't even have to get a hit to get the first run.
Boy, not only that, but the inning was set up by your 2-3 hitters getting on base for the guys who are paid to drive in runs. The middle of your order, your 4, 5, 6 hitters.
Johnson in emergency mode here, 0-2. Got to go after anything close. The pitch. Still 2 strikes.
Another good change up from Danks. Right off the very end of the bat. And there's AJ doing his thing again, trying to get out there and make that ball look like it was in fair territory.
The next 0-2, too high, maybe outside. Reed was honored in February as the Comcast Sportsnet March of Dimes Cub of the Year. Great event at the Hilton Hotel. Over $450,000 was raised for the March of Dimes Birth Defects Foundation. Great night, as always. And the Sports Award dinner has now raised more than $7 million over the last 21 years. And I believe John Danks was the White Sox of the year for his excellent performances late in the season. He won the one-game playoff against the Twins. Ground ball to third. Short throw from Beckham to Getz. Another frustrating inning for the Cubs. At the corners with no outs, and they draw a blank once again. 2-0, White Sox.
How'd you get her to agree to this?
Simple. I told her about the Luna Double. I went to luna.com/Cubs and saved double.
It's like found money.
773-202 Luna.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud's Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Why do people shop at K&K True Value Hardware?
I've been shopping at K&K for over 25 years, and what brings me here is the quality of the service, the staff.
There's always somebody that's greeting you with a hello, and they're so helpful.
With a variety of products here, I always walk out with what I need.
They are awesome when it comes to anything you need. K&K is the place to go.
Service with answers, that's the K&K way.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Some sounds of the game from Cubs third base coach Mike Quade.
Throw me a pack of Big Red. Check him out, D. Nobody. End the line drive. 2 outs. Live at a wild pitch. Get the heck out of here if he bunts. I got your back with Beckham.
So we know what kind of a gum he likes to chew.
Likes that Big Red.
Big Red.
And that I got your back with Beckham. As a third base coach, you want the runner to pay attention to the ball. Pay attention to whether the pitcher has the ball or if the catcher has the ball behind the plate. I'll watch the defender behind you and let you know if he's sneaking in.
One and two on the rookie Beckham. Ryan Dempster trying to find it today. He has not had a clean 1-2-3 inning yet. 8-9-1. And he won't have a clean inning this time as Beckham with a base hit the other way. On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement returns to Wrigley Field. The second annual Road to Wrigley presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of fun featuring Bird Zirk and the Wacky Superstars. Kids 14 and under will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Don't miss the action as the Iowa Cubs take on the Las Vegas 51s at Wrigley Field. Order your tickets today at Cubs.com. John Danks fouling off for strike one. A starting pitcher in the American League has to get used to a very different rhythm on a day like this in an NL park. He has to think about helping his team at the plate.
I have to believe for a lot of the guys, I don't know so much for John Danks, but it's a little bit of a stressful situation. This is something they do not do. Something they have very little practice at, maybe a couple of days of BP leading up to interleague play. And this is a time when Danks is used to sitting in the dugout with the jacket on, a towel around his neck, watching his teammates.
Webster doesn't even look at second. Pretty good bunt by Danks as he gets down to sacrifice to move Beckham into scoring position.
Nicely done for a guy with very little experience wielding that bat. Puts down a nice bunt to the right side.
First career sack hit for John Danks. I don't know if those fans need the sunglasses, but I'm just glad they're wearing them. It just makes it feel more summery. Fog rolling in off the lake.
I know it's just up here in the press box, but it feels like it's dropped several degrees since this game started. And the wind picking up a little bit more out there in center field now, blowing straight in.
To Pasednik, knocked down by Soto on a ball in the dirt. Just see a sliver of the Hancock building. Remarkable. It's June 17th. I still have 8 jackets in my car. I use about half of them every day.
About ready to start a bonfire with the media notes up here.
Long look by Dempster as a sign from Soto. Ground ball to third. Fontenot with a quick look at Beckham. He gets Pasednik, 2 outs.
And we saw in the bat, excuse me, Len, with Jermaine Dye back in the 3rd inning after a walk to Pasednik and then a strikeout and a stolen base. A runner at second, 1 out, and Ryan Dempster, in my eyes, pitched Jermaine Dye very carefully. Didn't really care if he walked him, and fortunately it set up a double play. This is a completely different situation right here. I think he's going to go right after Alexi Ramirez here, try to bury him with that slider low and away ultimately. He needs to get ahead in the count here.
Homer and a strikeout for Ramirez. Shelley Rasmussen were here last night celebrating their 25th wedding anniversary. Hopefully they at least had a nice dinner after the game was called around 7:15. Kicks away from Soto, and Beckham will easily get the third on a wild pitch.
Look at the location of that slider. Hit so far out in front of that left-handed batter's box. Giovanni Soto blocked it, but unfortunately it got over in that on-deck circle, allowing the runner to advance to third base. Tell you what, though, you'd much rather miss out there with that slider when you're ahead in the count than leave something over the heart of the plate where Ramirez could do some damage.
Soriano, plenty of room, and that's it. We are halfway home, middle of the 5th from Wrigley Field. White Sox 2, Cubs nothing.
Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team.
And now we're back in the living room. And now, bedroom. Wow. And...
Morning, Mike.
Morning, Bill.
Morning. Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service. Exceptional stopping power combined with a 55-point brake inspection.
Trust the Midas touch.
Your brake pads, one of those parts you really can't afford to ignore. Right now, Midas is offering up to $50 off brake pads or shoes installed. That's brake pads or shoes up to $50 off. Midas, we're on this road together.
After the Cubs game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Extended highlights, press conferences, locker room interviews, and expert analysis with Todd Hollandsworth. Lowe's Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Hi, everyone. Pat Boyle with you. Don't forget to join us for Lowe's Crosstown postgame live. We'll bring you Lou Piniella and Ozzy's postgame remarks, plus go inside both clubhouses and hear from the players. Bill Melton, Todd Hollandsworth, Doug Glanville, Frank Thomas, the Cast 1000 will help break down the game. It all comes your way after the final out. But now let's go back to the friendly confines. Here's Len and Bob.
Thanks, Pat. It's still 2-0 White Sox. Cubs with a new batting coach, Von Joshua, but we've seen a lot of similar things. Cubs getting runners on, not able to get them in.
And once again, it seems to be a similar problem. Number one, John Danks has made some of his best pitches when the Cubs have had those opportunities, but to use an overworked cliche, trying to do too much. You don't have to hit a 500-foot homer with a man on third base in the infield playing back. Put the ball in play. Little pepper. Just play ground ball baseball. Move those runners. Get them in however you can.
1-2 to Fontenot. It hit his bat, so it didn't matter if he went around. That's a strikeout.
And it's a work in progress. I mean, Von Joshua understands that. I think the fans need to understand that. Just because you bring in a new coach doesn't mean suddenly you flip a switch and everything's different. It's going to take a while to get the terminology straight between the players and the new hitting coach. Try to espouse his theories, what he thinks they need to do, get them used to thinking differently more than anything else. Think situational baseball. What does a team need me to do right now?
By the way, a very classy move. Von Joshua told the media that Gerald Perry called him and left him a nice message of support. I talked to Gerald on the phone this morning, and no hard feelings, just all class from Gerald Perry, and we wish him the best. Miles strikes out. That's 6 for Danks, half of which have come against the last 4 batters.
He's working away that time to Aaron Miles. Very defensive swing on a pitch off the plate, low and away.
And we know Ryan Dempster gets in a nice groove, works pretty quickly, fly ball, and Posednik will catch it. We know Zambrano works fast, but I'll tell you what, the 2 left-handers who throw the changeups for the White Sox, very effective. Danks and Burley, they work fast, they throw it slow. It's been good for Danks early on, 2-0.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on. It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on.
Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on. Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Southwest Airlines announces new service out of Chicago Midway. Fly to New York LaGuardia starting June 28th or Boston Logan starting August 16th for just $89 one way. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
What am I going to do now?
This is roadside assist. I see you've been in a crash.
I'm pinned.
I'm sending an ambulance.
Oh, no. I need you to do something for me.
Of course.
Can you call Jimmy John's?
Sorry I'm late. I got stuck behind an ambulance.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Undefeated professional boxer Floyd "Money" Mayweather has the fastest hands boxing has ever seen. So I've come to this ring to see who's faster on the internet. I'll be using the 3G AT&T laptop connect card. He won't. So I can browse the web faster, email business plans faster, all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I'm faster than Floyd Mayweather.
Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
Tomorrow, saddle up for a dangerous duel at noon as Paul Konerko and the Sox duke it out with crosstown rivals Gary Glee and the Chicago Cubs. Coverage begins with Felco Crosstown Pregame Live. The Crosstown Classic in HD tomorrow at noon on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tomorrow, round 1 of the Crosstown Classic wraps up on Comcast Sportsnet. Derek Lee and the Cubs will host Jermaine Dye and the White Sox. Another day game showdown. Coverage begins with Feldco Crosstown Classic pregame live. Don't miss. The Cubs hosting the Sox tomorrow at noon right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Well, it seems like the White Sox have won the proverbial time of possession game today. I'll tell you, John Danks has been extremely efficient. Bottom of the 5th inning. Seemed like it took about 40 seconds. Backs up Fontenot. Nice stab on a backhand low throw, but Derek Lee digging it out at the other end. Nicely done.
Yeah, you talk about not only the stuff that John Danks has thrown today, but the pace that he's working. As you see Fontenot stab that ball down the third base line. Nice pick by Derek Lee over there at first base from our high-speed shutter cam. Boy, he really had to come up a long way to corral that one. Talking about Danks and how quickly he's working out there on the mound. And we were commenting between innings. I think the Cubs are going to have to step out of the batter's box. They're going to have to try to slow him down somehow. You can't let the opposing pitcher get into a rhythm where he's just going strike 1, strike 2, strike 3, hitting his spots. Got to slow him down. The imaginary speck of dust in the contact lens, or a shoelace come untied, or some kind of an equipment malfunction. Just try to throw him off his rhythm, because he is definitely getting into a really good rhythm.
Oh, 1 to Konerko. Strike 2. He's been dealing with a right thumb problem, which has been an issue for a long time. Got a painkiller shot last week. Missed a couple of games. Dye battling a sore left calf. Both guys in the lineup today. That's going to happen when you have a lot of veterans on your team. Jim Thome, the left heel issue. It's bothered him since late in spring training. But it got past everybody.
That looked like a splitter that just never took the break. That happens occasionally when a guy throws a split-fingered fastball and it just doesn't take the break the way it's supposed to. It sails over everybody. That's a very inconsistent pitch when it doesn't come out of your hand exactly the way you want it to.
Getting away from Soto. Full count, 3-2. We want to welcome those viewers watching us today on Channel 1 in Australia.
Good day.
White Sox with a run in the first on a home run by Alexei Ramirez. An RBI triple by Chris Getz in the second. The Cubs have had their opportunities. They haven't cashed in. Nice knockdown by Dempster, and he'll get Konerko.
Nice self-defense play by Ryan Dempster that time. Just got the leather up in time to knock that screaming line drive down. Ooh, fortunately hit on his glove side of his body. All he had to do was get it up there, knock it down. That ball's hit on the other side of his body, and it gets through, maybe hits him. But able to knock it down and get the slow-footed Konerko at first base.
The Menards big lumbers stat.
He likes being the bad guy.
Yeah, I think you're right. A.J. just took 2 straight pitches.
2 pretty good pitches, too. He didn't miss by much. First one just a little off the outside corner. Second one down maybe a hair.
A.J. has always liked to swing the bat. But not this time. 3-0.
Yeah, 16 strikeouts on the season. 10 base on balls.
Ball 4. A 2-out walk to Przinsky. For individual health insurance from a name you can trust, call Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois at 866-575-BLUE. Anderson has reached both times. He was caught stealing on the strike him out, throw him out double play in the 4th. Send out best wishes to Evanston's #1 Cubs fan, Jim Dwarzinski, watching the game on Comcast Sportsnet today, rooting on his team.
Also, Gary Stark wanted us to send happy birthday wishes to Veronica. Hope you have a great day. From your dad, Gary.
Get well wishes to Dan Wenzerski. At the VA hospital. You feeling better, Dan? First of 6 between these two clubs. All-time series tied at 33 apiece. Cubs are 19-14 here, 14-19 on the south side. Both teams swept on their home turf last season. And last year marked the first time both teams entered the season series in first place in their respective divisions. In fact, they went into and out of both sets in first. Both teams ended up winning a division championship. 3-2 with 2 outs. So Przinsky will be on the move with the pitch. He struck him out. So Anderson retired for the first time today. Bottom 6. Top of the order for the Cubs, trailing 2-0.
See Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute behind-the-scenes tour of this legendary ballpark. Now, Chicago Trolley offers convenient transportation to and from Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on slim, sleek ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it.
Quiznos. Toasty.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan. Wednesday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll break down the first 2 games of the Crosstown Classic between the Sox and Cubs. And look ahead to Thursday's action. Plus, we'll talk football with Gale Sayers and Pat Fitzgerald. Wednesday at 5:30.
Stop by Subway restaurants, buy a fresh value meal, and play the meal ticket where everyone wins. Just scratch, enter online, and win. You could get free meals for a year, free movie rentals from Blockbuster.com, free cookies or other great prizes. Remember, 1 sub, 1 side, 1 drink. That's the ticket. So buy a fresh value meal, get a ticket, win a prize. It's that easy. Subway. Eat fresh.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Cubs trail 2-0. John Danks so far has outdueled Ryan Dempster. Sky high off the bat of Soriano. Dye calling off Anderson. More sounds of the game. Live wired. Mike Quade, Cubs third base coach.
Down! Nicely done. Nobody out. Make sure you're breaking and reading on a ball at first. If he comes to home, you stay put here. Just on Knurk. Hey! Come on.
And we thank Mike Quade for allowing us a little peek into his world. It's drilled right at Pasednik. So Terrio is out. You and I talked to all the Cubs coaches about various things, and with Mike Quade, I mean, he's great. He's very open about, if we ask him, why did you send this guy in this spot, even if a guy gets thrown out, and he'll go through step by step. Here's why I did it. He'll sometimes ask us, what did you guys see from up top? Onto the right center base hit for Bradley. That's his second knock of the day. And Mike's a very energetic guy. And you need to be that way down at third base.
Well, I mean, he covers a lot of ground over the course of a game. I think a lot of fans that aren't really familiar with what the base coaches do, especially the third base coach, would be amazed with how much mileage Mike Quade puts on during the course of a ball game, depending on where the runners are on base, what's the game situation, running up and down that third base line, trying to get himself into a position so the runners can pick him up. And all he asks is for his players to go as hard as they can all the time. That makes his decision-making process much easier.
Swing and a miss. Well, there's faith involved there, and I think Mike makes a lot of his decisions, most of them based on the fact the guy is coming hard. Now, if he picks it up early that a guy isn't, he can adjust, but if you make that split-second decision to send a guy assuming he is going all out and the guy doesn't and then gets thrown out at the plate, a lot of times that's not the third base coach's fault. Now, you'll never hear that from a coach. You're never going to hang a player out to dry, but well, if you're a player and you want to make your coach look good, as you said, just run hard and they'll do the rest.
Well, the biggest compliment you can pay a third base coach is when he gets back to the dugout after he sent home a runner on possibly a dangerous send and have his manager and the rest of the coaching staff say, good send. That way you know you've done your job. You've analyzed everything ahead of time before the play happened. As the play happened, you read it properly. You did the right thing. You sent the guy home. You got your team a run. That's a high compliment for a third base coach. Good send.
Cubs are within a swing of tying this game with Bradley at first and Lee at the plate. Danks staying away from Lee on a changeup 2-2.
I mean, even if a guy happens to get thrown out at home plate and it's the right thing to do, it was a good send. He challenged the outfielder's arm. He had to make a perfect play to get the guy, and he does. Hey, it was still a good send.
And Cubs out in front as Danks has been changing speeds extremely well today. He is shutting them out through 6, not throwing a lot of pitches. That one just a 10-pitch inning.
Okay, I get it. These 10 sprinkles represent our friends and family. The 10 people we can call whatever network they're on without using our minutes.
That's included, no extra cost.
Then these would be like the 80 million people on Verizon Wireless we can also call?
Yep, also included. Do you want whipped cream?
Save minutes and money with Verizon Wireless. Unlimited calling to 10 out-of-network numbers, even landlines. Plus, get America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. Now check out the new LG NV3 and get the new LG NV Touch for $99.99.
Update your kitchen with new Schrock cabinets from Menards. Choose from over 750 style and color combinations. Trademark series with all plywood construction upgrades is 20% off. Plus, receive a free sink base with qualifying purchase. Save big on kitchen appliances. All Amana, Whirlpool, and Maytag ranges and microwave range hoods are on sale. This electric range in Universal Silver is $580. The matching microwave range hood is $221.
Save big money at Menards.
At Chrysler, we build Viewmasters. We build motion detectors. We build troop transports. We build moving vans. We build TV stations. We build the 25-mile-per-gallon Chrysler Town & Country. Come see what we've built for you.
Right after the game, stick around for Lowe's Crosstown Classic post-game live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Frank Thomas, Todd Hollinsworth, and Bill Melton. Plus, check in on Lou and Ozzy's post-game remarks. Don't miss BMW Crosstown Classic post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. We get into the 7th and a 2-0 White Sox advantage. Cubs legend Ron Santo will handle the stretch in the middle of this inning. Well, too bad we got rained out last night. Ellen DeGeneres was going to sing the stretch.
Were you going to dance with Ellen up here in the booth?
No, my line. I thought it was a good line. I was going to say, you have people dance before they appear as a guest on your show. We make people sing on our show. There's a lot of time and effort and planning that went into Ellen coming here, and unfortunately, weather did not cooperate. But maybe she will come back at a later date. Ball 4. Another walk given up by Dempster. Cubs have a new program for fans who like to travel to see their team play. Cubs Destinations, a preferred baseball road trip provider of the team, provides Cubs fans with the most unique VIP road trip experience available. Each package includes great tickets to sold-out games, first-class hotel accommodations, a VIP tour of each ballpark, and a private meet and greet with a current Cubs player. For more information or to book your trip, call 617-226-6550 or visit Cubs.com. Angel Guzman getting ready to work. By the way, happy birthday to Lester Strode, the Cubs bullpen coach, turning today.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What was that again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Lester. Let's put it this way. He's not as old as he's older than he looks. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'll tell you what, Len, there have been a lot of outings by Cubs starting pitchers this year, Ryan Dempster included, where we commented throughout the ball game, boy, he's got great stuff. Everything's working. He's dealing. He's in a great rhythm. This couldn't be any further from that. Ryan Dempster has struggled with every pitch he's thrown in this ball game and still has his team within striking distance here at 2-0. A lot of pitchers will tell you it's easy when everything's working and you can throw all your pitches for strikes and whatever sign the catcher hangs down, you hit his mitt. Those are the easy days to go to work. Ryan Dempster's really had to work hard today. This has not been one of his better outings, possibly his worst outing so far this year, and he still kept his team in this ball game.
And he's now thrown more balls than strikes.
Well, I always had a lot of respect for pitchers that went out there on a day like this when it was apparent early on that Ryan Dempster was struggling with his command, couldn't really find a good release point, couldn't find a good rhythm out there on the mound, but rather than look into the dugout and look for help, look over his shoulder down to the bullpen, he just continues to grit his teeth and try to figure out a way to get through this.
He walked Getz and now is 2-0 on Beckham.
Now, on the other hand, John Danks is dealing. He's in a real good rhythm. He is hitting his spots for the most part, and that straight changeup has really become a good weapon as this game has pushed forward.
The 5 walks for Dempster, already a season high. He's close to a 6th. It's 3-1. Danks on deck. No chance he's coming out for a pinch hitter with the way he has dealt. And this team with the lead, Ozzie will stick with him and most likely ask him to lay down a bunt depending on what happens here with Beckham. First and second, and Danks will be asked to bunt. Back-to-back walks, and that'll be it for Dempster. So pitching change in the 7th. Angel Guzman will come in with 2 on and nobody out, and we'll be right back.
Get 2 delicious Arby's beef and cheddars for $4. It's our classic thinly sliced roast beef piled high and smothered with cheddar cheese sauce on a toasted onion roll. At 2 for only $4. It's an amazing deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
While everyone else is trying to imitate your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, nobody can say what Hyundai can say. Only Hyundai can say we've got your back with the Hyundai Assurance. Only Hyundai can say you're covered with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000 miles. And only Hyundai can say sales event. Right now, drive a Hyundai Sonata with more MPG and double the warranty of Camry. And Hyundai Sonatas now come with $3,000 cash back. Plus, if you qualify, $500 in additional savings. Visit your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers today.
Since 1873, Coors Banquet has been brewed in one place and one place only, Golden, Colorado. It's followed one tradition, use the best high country barley and only Rocky Mountain water. And it's been brewed under one motto, never compromise. Now maybe this means we're a little set in our ways, but we know a few guys who'll drink to that. Coors, the banquet beer.
Right now, get 2 delicious Arby's beef and cheddars for $4. It's our classic thinly sliced roast beef piled high and smothered with cheddar cheese sauce on a toasted onion roll. At 2 for only $4. It's an amazing deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Dad deserves a break. This Father's Day, Feltco's offering free installation.
Happy Father's Day, Dad, from Feltco.
Call 866 for Feltco.
The best crew in the business got to enjoy Harry Carey's great food before the game today. You too can enjoy Harry Carey's. Call 773 Holy Cow or visit harrycareys.com.
Thank you.
You are welcome, Tom. Oh, yeah, watching me eat. That's fun.
Len's down here.
Good stuff.
Always tastes a little better when you eat it in the parking lot, too.
I agree. A little tailgate action right outside the door. Angel Guzman on. 2 on, no outs. The pitcher Danks laid down his first career sack bunt in the 5th. He'll try to do it again. Swinging away. Flag down by Guzman, and they get the out at second. Wow, what a play by Angel Guzman, and then Aaron Miles to get to the bag and get an out. There was a lot going on in that play.
Boy, a lot going on, and the play was really at third base right here. Ryan Theriot was breaking to third on the wheel play. You saw him throw up his hands. I mean, second base was the last option to go to on that play. Unfortunately, the Cubs were able to get the out there. Theriot was breaking for third. Fontenot was charging in from third base. That wheel play was designed to get the out at third. Fortunately, the Cubs were able to get an out at second base.
It's a suicide squeeze, and it works. And they won't get an out. Pasetnik not only drives in, gets, but he reaches on a base hit, and it's 3-0. Cubs have been the victim of that bunt play with a runner at third now a couple of times on the homestand. We saw Nick Punto in the Twins series.
Yeah, this is the suicide squeeze. You could see Getz coming down the line from third as soon as Guzman started his motion to home plate. Perfect bunt by Podsednik to the right side of the field. Nobody covering the bag at first base. That's the best time to use a squeeze play after there's been some kind of confusion out there on the field. Cubs ran the wheel play in an obvious sac bunt situation. The pitcher, Danks, swung away. There was confusion as to where we're going to get the out. Guzman finally got the force out at second base, and before the Cubs even had a chance to catch their breath, a squeeze play on the first pitch.
0-1 to Ramirez. Outside 1-1. The Punto bunt the other day was with 2 outs. And Podsednik coming through on the suicide squeeze. 1-2. So much over the years about Ozzie wanting to play small ball. This is an offense that generally relies on the home run. I mean, last year they led the majors with 235. Ramirez with 1 today. But they're playing small ball this inning. Ground ball to second. They get 2-4-6-3 on the double play. Here comes Ron Santo with our 7th inning stretch.
Legendary Chicago Cub, Ron Santo. Up.
Ago, Kia Motors arrived in the U.S. with 1 vehicle. Since then, our lineup has grown to 12 award-winning models. Today, we outsell Mazda, Volkswagen, and Lexus. How are we celebrating our success? By rolling back prices on select models. Save up to $3,500 on the Spectra or Sportage for a limited time.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com. Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's Late Night with the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. Chris Getz with a broken bat RBI triple in the 2nd inning, right into the right field corner. That made it 2-0 White Sox. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. And a little bit of an audio problem with the in-house PA, but we heard the end of Ron's rendition, beginning and the end of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. But as always, about 41,000 fans helping him out. 2-1 to Giovanni Soto. reach the seats. I want to send out special get well wishes to Albert Crosstown from Mundelein, Illinois. Albert's son Kevin pitched for Jim Hendry at Creighton and pitched in the White Sox and Padre organizations. And we wish Albert the best. First full count of the day for Danks, and a fly ball out to die. Barely had to move. Treat your top clients, employees, or family to an all-inclusive experience in a Bud Light Batter's Eye. Your guests will enjoy Wrigley Field luxury and never have to open their wallets while enjoying unlimited food and beverages, reserved seating, private restrooms, and a breathtaking view of the friendly confines for only $165 per ticket. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-CUBS. To Johnson, bounces up to A.J. Pierzynski. 1-1 the count. Danks coming in having lost his last 2 starts, even though he was very good his last time out against Detroit. Danks is from Texas, born in Austin, lives in Round Rock, and was a first-round pick in 2003 by the Rangers. Came over in the Brandon McCarthy deal in December of '06. Strikes out Johnson. Couple strikeouts away from his season high and his career high of 10.
And I talked before the ball game that Danks occasionally makes mistakes in the hitting zone. Today he's made his mistakes either up above where the Cubs hitters could handle him or just off the corners. He's just been wild enough that he's not making mistakes where the Cubs can get some real good swings at him.
He also hasn't walked anybody. The Cubs have had to earn their way on. The only time they didn't technically earn their way on was the error by Beckham in the second, allowing Soto to reach. Another Souvenir landing in the upper deck. And packed into Wrigley Field for this one today. Has really come up today in terms of momentum in baseball, being the next day's or that day's starting pitcher. I think we're all hoping the Cubs could take what they did late in the game Sunday, pulling out that win against the Twins. Started to see some signs of this offense getting it back together. Facing John Danks today. It's been a tough go as he strikes out another. That's 9 Ks versus no walks for Danks through 7. And he's cruising with a 3-0 lead.
You don't do laundry at the beach. You salt wash everything and let it breeze dry. Knit, delicate, permanent press, the ocean doesn't care. So grab your bag. Southwest Airlines is on sale to select destinations nationwide. Fares start at just $49. And remember, on Southwest, your bags fly free. So you tell that lint guard you're bringing some sand back. Book now at southwest.com.
You know how some people like to re-gift? Yeah, well, a sack of 10 sliders from White Castle should put an end to that. Celebrate our 88th birthday with 10 sliders for only $4.88. White Castle.
So, John, how many sliders are in a 10 sack for $4.88?
I was told there'd be no math.
No math?
Celebrate our 88th birthday with 10 sliders for only $4.88. White Castle.
I think that possibly, maybe I'm falling for you. Yes, there's a chance that I've fallen quite hard over you. I've seen the waters that make your eyes shine.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide. Buy the LG Xenon messaging phone for $99.99 after mail-in rebate and get one free after mail-in rebate.
Time for our Home Depot doing more on defense. Jermaine Dye leading off the 6th inning for the White Sox, making a bid for extra bases. Mike Fontenot goes into foul territory. Nice pick on both ends. Fontenot at third, Derek Lee over at first base. So our Home Depot doing more on defense.
Guzman against Dye, Konerko, and Przynski. Called strike to Dye. $40,444. Paid to watch this one.
That's a good liar's poker hand right there.
Punched into the home dugout.
Mike Quade has the best view over there in that third base dugout up on that top step so he can make sure his defenders are positioned properly, but he's also the most susceptible to those foul balls that come screaming over that direction.
Tried to get him on a cut fastball and drifted a little bit out of the zone. 3-2. White Sox had taken 6 walks, all off Ryan Dempster. Game 2, final game of the series tomorrow right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Carlos Zambrano and Gavin Floyd. And then Kerry Wood and Mark DeRosa will return to Wrigley Field as the Indians will be here for the weekend. Lou announced it'll be Rich Harden Friday, Ted Lilly Saturday, and Randy Wells on Sunday against the Indians. Very tough season. They're 9 under and in last in the AL Central. Another foul, and let's check in on the Cubs-Feldco upcoming schedule. As we look ahead, road trip coming up next week after the Indians are here, and Friday and Sunday's games on Comcast Sportsnet. Makeup game 6 o'clock Central Time Monday night in Atlanta. The road trip continues through Detroit and then the south side of Chicago. Fan had a shot at it in the front row and bobbled it twice, lost it. Heartbreak. Another one from Guzman, and Dye takes the walk. Is going to run for Dye. at first, no outs. Konerko's 0 for 3. Swung on and missed on a cutter. Konerko nearing 1,000 RBIs, just 2 away. He has 299 homers as a member of the White Sox. Overall in his career, he hit number 300 on April 13th at Detroit. He and Jermaine Dye hit number 300 that day. First pair of teammates in history to each hit a century milestone homer in the same game, meaning 300 or 400 or 500.
Looking for that
6 homers, 998 RBIs for Paul Konerko.
Had a solid career offensively. I'm just about to say that defensively, the Cubs looking for that ground ball double play once again. I think Terrio and Miles up the middle of the field could probably play a couple of steps deeper than they are right now. We've talked about Konerko's lack of speed at the plate. Now, Wise is pretty quick over there at first base, and you definitely have to get the out at second before you get the out at first. But I think with Konerko at the plate, you could probably play a step or two deeper than you normally do in a double play situation.
I'd love to see a 60-yard dash pitting Mike Lowell against Paul Konerko. They both run hard, but they don't run fast.
I think I've told this story before, but many years ago I was doing an interview with Mike Scioscia. And I said, you know, you've had a great career. You got to catch a lot of great pitcher. You played on some championship teams. Is there anything that you missed in your career? I said, yeah, just one time. I wish I was fast. I'd like to run fast enough to make the wind move my hair. Well, you can't have everything.
Ooh, 1-2.
Just enough late movement to get it off of that inside corner, but that's an awfully tough pitch to take on a 2-strike count.
You see what has made Angels so effective this year with that fastball that runs back in toward the right-handed batter and the cut fastball that moves away. He's got a couple of good options.
Well, not to mention that hard curveball that he throws. Hasn't had to use that as much recently because he's been so effective with his fastball.
Wise runs, and it just gets past Miles, who is headed over to the bag there at the corners. Well, he got the double play ball he wanted. Unfortunately, Aaron Miles wasn't in the spot he was in when the pitch was delivered, because Wise had taken off for second.
Boy, look at that swing by Paul Konerko. Just a little inside out swing. He knew the runner was going to be in motion. He tried to hit that hole in the right side and does catch Aaron Miles break into the bag at second. That's what Aaron's supposed to do on that play. Paul Konerko, usually a dead pull hitter. Second baseman covers on a steal attempt, and that time Konerko just inside out of that ball through the right side for a base hit.
That is as routine as it gets in terms of a double play ball if Miles didn't move. But again, good job by the White Sox to have Wise running. And now it's Brzezinski with runners at first and third, no outs inside. We had a quick shot earlier of Cubs head athletic trainer Mark O'Neill. Jose Escanio cranks it up, and we have found out that Mark is going to be in St. Louis, where he used to work, for the All-Star game. He'll be on the National League staff. Congratulations to Mark O'Neill, Director of Athletic Training. Well deserved. as respected as any athletic trainer in the game today. He and Ed Halber and his staff do a wonderful job. Second straight at bat, and Przinsky in a hitter's count. He took 4 straight bad ones from Ryan Dempster in the 6th. And he's at 2-0 against Guzman this time around.
You know, Charlie Manuel and Joe Madden named their coaches for the All-Star game as well. Charlie Manuel takes hometown manager Tony La Russa along with Joe Torre and, of course, his own staff from Philadelphia. Over in the American League, Trey Hillman from Kansas City and Seattle Mariners skipper Don Wakamatsu will be on the coaching staff for Joe Madden in the American League.
Who wants it? Soriano. And Wise is going to try to score. And the throw hits him in the back. And Konerko will get second. Well, Soriano had a pretty good shot as he was running toward the infield. And he normally makes a very accurate throw, and the throw would have been there, but it hit the runner.
Took an extra step to gather himself before unloading that ball. I think the fact that Wise ran caught him by surprise a little bit because Soriano was not very deep. He actually took several extra steps before unloading that ball.
I think you're right. Yeah. I think he thought he was going to hold.
You know, it's a shallow fly ball. The reputation Soriano has for throwing out runners at home plate. I just think it caught him by surprise that time. And unfortunately, the throw hit Wise in the back as he was sliding into home plate. So Soriano will also get hung with an error.
It's his 6th on the season. 4-0 White Sox. And only 1 out.
See as Wise chugs down that third baseline, goes into his slide. Ball hit him in the back, got away, allowing the runner to advance first to second.
Matt Thornton up in their bullpen. Well, we talked about Mike Quaddy earlier. Jeff Cox, the third base coach of the White Sox, I'm sure taking into consideration the score. That's probably the #1 thing. This offense has struggled lately. Anderson, even though he's had a good day, coming up at 230, gets at 249. Beckham 114. And while Soriano didn't have a long throw, it worked out for the Sox. Dug out by Lee for the out. Konerko ending up at third.
Contact down there at first base. Terrio rushing his throw across the diamond. Derek Lee backed up onto the bag just a little bit, and Brian Anderson brushed him as he went by. Just incidental contact. Looked like everybody's okay.
Konerko at third, 2 outs. Oh, also, Wise was the runner at third. If Paul Konerko had been at third, I don't think Jeff Cox would have sent it.
I think that's a pretty safe bet. That's why we always point out when Kosuke Fukudome is in the ball game, especially defensively, how he gets himself into position and doesn't wait to see what the runner's going to do. Catch it and get rid of it quickly. That'll freeze the runner in most instances. That time Soriano had to take several extra steps before finally gathering and unloading that ball to home plate, and that was all Wise needed to scoot down that line and score. continuing to throw down in the White Sox bullpen. Should we happen to see him in this ball game, it'll be a little different approach. You won't see any straight changeups. He's going to bring the gas. Throws upwards to 100 miles an hour. One of the best left-handed setup men in the game right now.
2-2 on Getz. Soft liner. Slicing into the glove of Mike Fontenot. They add to their lead. It's now 4-0. Getting late for the Cubs. Only 6 outs to work with.
Cutters. Uh-oh.
What are we going to do now?
Give me the phone. Hello, Jimmy John's. Thank God you made it. I was so hungry, I thought I was gonna die.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Nice work, Johnson.
Stop by Subway restaurants. Buy a fresh value meal and play the meal ticket where everyone wins. Just scratch, enter online, and win. You could get free meals for a year, free movie rentals from Blockbuster.com, free cookies or other great prizes. Remember, one sub, one side, one drink. That's the ticket. So buy a fresh value meal, get a ticket, win a prize. It's that easy. Subway. Eat fresh.
Let 20 Sports Grill and Nightclub take you out to the ball game. Every seat is the best seat in the house with 16 plasma TVs and a state-of-the-art sound system to make sure you never miss a play. Sink your teeth into mouth-watering burgers, wings, and more. Save big on delicious food specials during the game. You won't believe the beer selection at 20 Sports Grill. 20 beers on tap, each one with its own glass. Come to 20 Sports Grill and Nightclub for great food, sports, and always the right beer in the right glass.
Hi everyone, Pat Boyle with this Toyota Sports Night update. Don't forget to join us for Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live. We invite you to get interactive with the show. Our poll question is, who's your star of the game? Visit CSNChicago.com for the options. Plus, we'll post some of your remarks on the bottom line during the postgame festivities. Now back to Len and Bob.
All right, Pat, thanks. It's 4-0 White Sox. They have out-hit the Cubs 6-4. Wise stays in to play right after running and eventually scoring for Dye. Fair ball past a diving Beckham, so Miles will end up at second. We'll see Jake Fox, who will bat for Guzman. Jake back yesterday for the second time this year.
Good start to the inning for the Cubs. Once again attacking that first pitch. A belt-high fastball inside part of the plate. Beckham drawn in, protecting against the bunt. Slaps it right by him down into that corner for a double.
Jake likes these situations. All of his hits this year have come in the pinch. 5 out of 6.
It's really way too early to make any kind of an evaluation on Jake Fox, but one thing I've liked what I've seen, when he gets to 2 strikes, he's willing to go up the middle into the opposite field. There's no question he's looking for a ball to drive early in the sequence, but a lot of his base hits have come right back up the middle of the field with 2 strikes.
Here comes Ozzie. With Linebrink joining Thornton.
Well, we know Thornton is ready. He's been throwing down there for a while. Linebrink just got up as this inning got underway, and with Miles picking on the first pitch, he hasn't had much of a chance to get loose down there. Ozzie stalling for as much time as he can out there on the mound, and now has made the call.
So Danks will exit and Linebrink will enter with the leadoff man at second. Sox lead the Cubs 4-0, and Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on.
It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on. Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on.
Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Southwest Airlines announces new service out of Chicago Midway. Fly to New York LaGuardia starting June 28th or Boston Logan starting August 16th for just $89 one way. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
2 beers. You got it. Are you insured? Do you know when your beer is perfectly cold? Or do you risk drinking a warm one? If you have the new Coors Light Cold Activated can, you're covered, because now every can turns blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies. It's cold insurance. Only from Coors Light. Cold beer? That's our policy.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Thanks. All right, no problem. Wait. Got it. Thanks.
Jane.
How are you?
Good. You?
See all the ways we're here to help at harrisbankhelps.com.
Award-winning musical entertainment invades Wrigley Field this summer. Join us as Billy Joel and Elton John perform their face-to-face tour on Thursday, July 16th and Tuesday, July 21st. Rascal Flatts perform their Unstoppable tour on Saturday, July 18th. Tickets are still available by visiting tickets.com or calling 1-800-THE-CUBS. Mezzanine suites are also available by calling 773-404-CUBS. Jake Fox cranks one deep. Toward the wall, leaping attempt, and the catch by Anderson. Miles will get to third, but Brian Anderson going up near the ivy and pulling down a deep fly ball hit by Jake Fox. Saw a great attempt the other day by Carlos Gomez of the Twins. He came up short, but Anderson very good in center.
It looked like Jake caught it off the end of the bat just a little bit, giving Anderson an opportunity to get back there. A little bit of an assist from the wind for the White Sox as well, pushing that ball back, and Miles heads up, goes back and tags, and advances on to third base with one out in the inning.
Now Soriano swing and a miss. Boy, he is dropped into a major funk. 0 for 3 today. Drives that ball foul. He has gone 23 games without at least 2 hits. The second longest such streak of his career. He went the first 27 games of his career without a multi-hit game. Line brink on an 0-2 that's slowing outside 1-2. Have you seen anything that Soriano is doing differently mechanically, or is it about pitch selection?
Well, it's a lot of it about pitch selection, but you have to wonder how much that left knee is bothering him. He really has not been an effective hitter at all since he's been bothered by that left knee bruise that developed into some minor tendonitis.
Fouled the ball off the knee. Yeah.
I mean, pitch selection is always an issue with Alfonso Soriano, but he has been missing some pitches that he normally hits hard over the past week or two.
He's going to drive in a run, but it'll be a ground out to short. It's now 4-1. That run will be charged to the starter, Danks. 28th RBI of the year for Soriano.
Unfortunately, it might be too little too late, but that's a perfect example right there of what the Cubs have not done enough of this year. If the opposition is playing back, they're going to give you that RBI. All you have to do is hit a ground ball at one of the middle infielders, and your team is going to score a run.
So bases cleared, and Terrio takes a breaker for a strike. Had a shoulder injury last year. Snapped a string of 4 consecutive seasons of at least 70 appearances. He had 50 last year. Bounces in front of home plate. Foul tip, strike 3 to end the inning. Cubs get their first run. We'll head off to the 9th. Cubs trail by 3.
ここにチタンウルトラボット5000がございます。
ジミー・ジョーンズ、ジミー・ジョーンズ。
ジミー・ジョーンズ、早く来てくれ。最高だ！ジミー・ジョーンズ、これ早い。
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
A piece of golf history. The Travelers Championship, June 22nd through 28th.
Okay, I get it. These 10 sprinkles represent our friends and family. The 10 people we can call whatever network they're on without using our minutes.
That's included, no extra cost.
Then these would be like the 80 million people on Verizon Wireless we can also call?
Yep, also included.
Do you want whipped cream?
Save minutes and money with Verizon Wireless. Unlimited calling to 10 out-of-network numbers, even landlines. Plus, get America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. And now buy a Samsung Trans for $49.99 and get up to 4 phones free.
Cub fans, put on your rally caps for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Time for our BMW ultimate drive of the game. It came early. The second batter, Alexi Ramirez, against Ryan Dempster, picked on a fastball up and away, got it into the basket in left field. It's our BMW ultimate drive of the game.
Jake Fox stays in to play left. And Jose Escanio will come in to pitch. So Soriano's done for the afternoon. Beckham will start it, and then we'll see a guy who grew up a Cubs fan in Peoria, Jim Thome. He will pinch hit for Lineberg. Foul pop out of play. Scagno's 0-1. Breaking ball low and outside. Swing and a miss. Happy belated birthday wishes go out to big Cub fan Richie Solita. volunteers earlier. Marie and Danny watching Cubs baseball every day. Got a note from Nina Wiseman. Don't have last names here, but happy birthday to Jennifer, Cub fan, and Terry, a Sox fan. We're hoping it was a happier birthday. Fox with the barrel roll on the catch. Hoping it would be a happier birthday for Jennifer, the Cub fan.
A sinking line drive out there into left field. Jake Fox comes in, makes that waist-high catch, shows his athletic ability with that barrel roll.
Now Jim Thome. To Illinois Central College. Also played basketball there. One and one on Thome. 13th on the all-time home run list, 553. 13th on the all-time walks list. '55 interleague home runs, the most all-time. Pitch bounced foul. By the way, Jake Fox is playing left for the first time in his major league career. Other times he has played in the outfield at this level and has been in right. He's also played first and third.
I'm pretty sure he played some left field down at AAA Iowa this year. Left field, right field, first. A little bit of third base and a lot of games at DH. He caught a little bit.
Two to Thome. Fly ball foul. Five-time All-Star. The famous or infamous story of Dave Kingman blowing off a young Jim Thome who was 8, wanted an autograph. As a young Cub fan, he ended up being escorted back to his dad by catcher Barry Foote, who took care of him. He passed Kingman on the all-time homer list in 2006. He drives it to Fox in left. Jake with a couple of chances here in the ninth.
It's amazing how often that happens, Len. You put a guy out there on the field, playing out of position, inexperienced at his position. The ball always finds you. First two fly balls of the inning hit right out Jake Fox's direction.
Pitch to Scott Podsednik is outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
He's going to get an assist with the rally cap from the White Sox fan. That's because he's practiced it so often.
And he went 1-1. What happened? Right back on the way it came on.
It's not time for it yet. We have to wait till the Cubs get up to the plate.
Another game going on. The Giants lead the Angels 2-1 as they play the bottom of the fourth. Matt Palmer and Tim Lincecum are on the mound in that matchup. Got it on this date, June 17th, 1971. Don Kessinger, 6 for 6, 5 singles and a double. Cubs beat the Cardinals here at Wrigley Field, 7-6 in 10 innings. To Pasednik and a base hit right out to Jake Fox. Bring up Ramirez. Also want to give props to Comcast Sportsnet new colleague Frank Thomas. 2 years ago, 244th home run as a DH. Broke the record held by Edgar Martinez. Talked to Frank before the game, and he got a little wet last night. Did their pregame show on the field. Said, I just took my suit off when I got home, folded it up, threw it in the bag. About all you can do. Send it off for dry cleaning. Pasednik takes off, and Ramirez fouls it out of play.
That's one with a little more experience. I think Alexi Ramirez takes that pitch. Gives Pasednik a chance to steal that bag. You want an RBI opportunity, let that man go ahead and run. He got a great jump over there at first base.
Wide for ball 2. Cubs have been bitten again by that runners in scoring position stat. 0 for 7. The White Sox are only 1 for 10. But the one was a successful suicide squeeze. Zambrano tomorrow in the final game of this series. Evan Floyd at 4-5. Carlos at 4-2. And he's been dealing lately. He was supposed to start last night before the game was rained out. Pasednik takes off on a 3-1 hit foul, and Scott will have to go back to first again.
I bet he's going to try to steal again.
I think so. 3-2 with 2 outs. Good call.
Getting his legs good and loose over there. He's run twice in the sequence. Both times Ramirez has fouled the ball off to the right side.
For the most part, it's been all White Sox today. They grabbed the lead in the first inning. Second batter was Ramirez. He hit a home run. The Cubs with chances. Down just a couple of runs, but unable to cash in until the 8th when they were already down 4. Setting it goes on the 3-2. Swung on and missed. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th and due up for the Cubs their last opportunity. Milton Bradley, Derek Lee, and Giovanni Soto. 4-1 White Sox.
This is the Civic Value Package. It has a lower true cost of ownership than its competition, which can help save you money down the road on things like insurance and maintenance. It's also remarkably fuel efficient. And at only $149 a month, the name Value Package just makes a lot of sense. Both kinds. Go to Edmunds.com for an independent report on the true cost to own a Civic. And then check out the affordable leases and low financing you'll find at your Honda dealer.
So you're saying these 10 candies represent our friends and family. The 10 people we can call, whatever network they're on, without using our minutes.
That's included. No extra cost.
Oh.
So then, excuse me, Sammy.
This would be like the 80 million people on Verizon Wireless we can call too.
Yep, also included.
Don't eat Aunt Marcia.
Save minutes and money with Verizon Wireless. Unlimited calling to 10 out-of-network numbers, even landlines. Plus, get America's largest mobile-to-mobile calling family. And now buy an LG Glance for $49.99 and get up to 4 phones free.
Need tires? Then it's time to visit your neighborhood tire store. Cassidy Tire and Service with 15 Chicagoland locations. Cassidy Tire always offers low prices, friendly service, and state-of-the-art clean and family-friendly stores. Cassidy also offers the services your vehicle needs to keep it on the road longer. Plus, for a limited time, buy 3 tires, get 1 free. Family owned and operated for 4 generations, Cassidy Tire always has the right tire for your vehicle in stock and priced less. Visit CassidyTire.com for the location near you.
If you're traveling and can't watch your Cubs on TV, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.TV. It's the ultimate baseball experience featuring 100 out-of-market games per week, live on your computer, and catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. So Jenks is trying to save it for Danks.
Might see a couple of pinch hitters in this inning after Milton Bradley, Derek Lee. It's Giovanni Soto, Reed Johnson. It's all those numbers righty-lefty against Bobby Jenks. Blue has Fukudome and Hoffpower available from the left side of the plate, as well as Andres Blanco and Coy Hill, a couple of switch hitters. So we might not see Soto or Johnson in this inning if we get that far.
Bradley. Pitch. Strike 2. Like it was called on the swing by Wild Bill Hahn. And he chased a bad one for strike 3. Jenks was fined earlier this year for throwing a pitch behind the Rangers' Ian Kinsler, and Jenks later admitted it was on purpose. But he added he wasn't actually trying to hit Kinsler, just to send a message after watching too many of his guys get hit. Said he threw it low and behind him with intent, which got the talk shows going and the like. Now, some in the game would say you never admit it, ever. But I have to tell you, I appreciated his honesty. Sometimes this stuff is with a wink and a nod. Most guys just say it got away from me. He said, nope, I threw it exactly where I intended to throw it.
Honesty can be costly at times.
It certainly can, and I think that's the problem. But it was a perfect line. He said, I wasn't trying to hit him. I'm just trying to get his attention. He tried to get close to Kinsler's wallet, and he got close to his own. In the end, he had to pay a fine. That's one of those other topics that never dies, and that is American League with the designated hitter, and the pitcher doesn't bat. When the pitchers are throwing at your hitters, you don't get a chance to actually throw at the guy who was throwing at you. Ground ball to short. Ramirez to his left. Dug by Konerko, 2 outs.
Well, the problem is you don't want to throw at a pitcher. You don't want to hit a pitcher. Those guys are easy outs. Well, why wouldn't you go ahead and get him out? It always seems to me it works better if one of your teammates goes back and says, hey, knock it off. If you hit a home run, run the bases. Quit showing up the other team because I'm getting drilled because you're a hot dog. Well, that's the way to stop it.
Peer pressure, no doubt. Well, Cubs down to their final out against Bobby Jenks. Soto at the plate. And the pitch just below the knees. Our producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth, Christine Charbonneau. Our technical director, Chris Kentner. Our tech manager, Mark Harper, the senior executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Jim Corno Jr. It's a team effort. Great work by our entire crew. Working hard here during this Crosstown series. Fly ball to center. Anderson underneath. And that's it. The White Sox take game 1. Cubs with a chance for a split tomorrow, but they lose this one 4-1 as John Danks defeats Ryan Dempster, and the Cubs will be trying to get back to 500 tomorrow for the 13th time this season. Well, let's check in on our Lexus pursuing perfection player of the game. John Danks had his changeup working today.
Yeah, he wasn't perfect. He did give up 5 hits, but I'll tell you, he made some really good pitches in this ball game. The Cubs refused to get him out of his rhythm, and he just continued to pump quality strikes in there. Outstanding performance by the left-hander.
Well, when you are struggling and you've been inconsistent, and that definitely has been the case for the Cubs here lately. They lost 2 of 3 to the Twins over the weekend, but Bob, they salvaged the finale, and you don't ever want to get swept, even in a 2-game series, particularly against one of your heated rivals.
Oh, no question about it. The shortened series because of the rain out, and Zambrano pushed back to tomorrow's game, and hopefully Carlos will continue to throw the ball the way he has his last couple of times out.
Well, that'll do it for our game coverage, but still a lot more to come. Stay tuned for post-game live. All kinds of analysis from our analysts and post-game remarks as well. Final score today, the White Sox 4, the Cubs 1. Our next Cubs telecast on Comcast Sportsnet. Again tomorrow, White Sox and Cubs at 1. Bob and I will be back with you for Friday's game from here at Wrigley Field against the Cleveland Indians. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob, for Luke Stuckmeyer, and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. We're going to send it over to Pat Boyle now in our Comcast Sportsnet studios.
Hi, everyone. Pat Boyle with you. Lowe's Crosstown postgame live is in the on-deck circle. We'll bring you Lou Pennell and Ozzy's postgame remarks. Plus, we'll go inside both clubhouses and hear from the players. Bill Melton, Todd Hollinsworth, Doug Glanville, and the big hurt, Frank Thomas, will help us break down this game. We want you to get interactive as well. Log on to CSNChicago.com. Check out our poll question. Make a comment on the game. Keep it clean. Some will appear on the bottom line. It's Lowe's Cubs postgame live. It comes your way after the break.
We like looking at the world through safety-colored glasses, doing what it takes to make home a little better. That's why we lowered over 1,000 prices and carry powerful tools from DeWalt, Milwaukee, Rigid, and more. So you spend less, but drill, saw, and nail more. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, save $20 on a Ryobi 18-volt starter kit with drill and circular saw for just $89.
tenacious grip, no matter the conditions. Firehawk tires with Unity technology, only from Firestone.
Did you know the Honda Accord holds its value better than any other car in its class? And the reasons are simple. Its exceptional engineering can help lead to lower maintenance costs, and being a top safety pick can help lower insurance expenses. So what's the bottom line? The Accord costs less over the long term, and that's music to anyone's ears. Go to Edmunds.com for an independent report on the true cost to own an Accord. And then check out the affordable leases and low financing you'll find at your Honda dealer.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen!
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Midas, we're on this road together. Go to MidasChicago.com for valuable savings. Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And by Toyota. See your Toyota dealer now to start saving now.
This is Lowe's Crosstown Classic Postgame Live.
And the 67th Interleague matchup between the Sox and Cubs goes to the Southsiders. 4-1 was your final. Alexi Ramirez with his 6th homer was a tone setter in this one. John Danks evens up his record on the year. Went 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, struck out 9. Bobby Jenks his 15th save. Sox now lead the all-time series, 34 wins, 33 losses. And with that, welcome to Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live. I am Pat Boyle, joined by former World Series champ Todd Hollandsworth and former American League home run champ Belton Bill Melton. Guys, as we talked about on the pregame show twice the last 2 days, 2 struggling offenses, runs would be at a premium. That's what we saw today, Todd.
You watch the White Sox capitalize on opportunities. They made the most of it. Squeeze for a run, a home run here. Next thing you know, it's 4-1. Cubs had a few opportunities, big 4th inning, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Didn't get anybody in, didn't score any runs.
Bill, for a team that has been living with the long ball for a long time, yeah, Ozzy's crew is doing a little bit of situational
Well, that's
hitting.
why I tried to tell Todd back there, I don't see these squeeze plays ever. So we saw one of those today. But this is a National League ballpark. Ozzy likes to have the hit and run going. I don't think Paul Konerkos was a hit and run, but he hit the ball to the other side. We got a man on 1st and 3rd. But again, you know, Scott Pasetnik with that squeeze bunt to bring in a run. I thought the whole game was really Johnny Danks.
Lou Pennell has just stepped to the podium at Wrigley Field. Let's listen in live.
His command wasn't really good. Walked a few hitters. Danks pitched a good game. They executed a good squeeze bunt, and we didn't do much offensively. That's about it. I think that's a ball game in a nutshell.
Really, you know, Bill Danks really was almost dominating.
Well, I don't know if he was dominating, but he pitched a good ball game. Give the young man credit. Threw strikes, changed speeds. He got out of some jams when he had to. Give him credit.
We've seen 2 American League teams come in here and execute pretty well with the so-called National League style ball.
Well, you know, we've Minnesota came in here and played well. We got beat 2-0 and we won 3-2. Here we score 1 run. I mean, you know, it's getting to the point where I'm going to have to start making some tough decisions and get different people in the lineup. I mean, I've been real patient with it, but I tell you, it's getting to that point.
How do you go through
through that in your mind?
How do I go through it? I mean, just look what we've been through here over the past, I don't know how many days or how many games. Or it's, but anyway, we'll see.
Any specific areas you haven't?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
You said a couple of weeks ago they might give Soriano a couple days rest. Is that still out there now?
We had a rest on Monday and we had a day off yesterday. You know, we should be very well rested.
I think it was Frank Thomas came out and was talking about the head coach change. He said that some of the guys might take a step back with it.
They might. We can be patient with it for a while, but you know, look, what can I say?
Is the perplexing part is that these are proven hitters that you have?
For the most part, yeah. For the most part, they are proven hitters.
Is that why this is it? Does that make it more?
I think it does. I really does. It does make it more perplexing. But sooner or later, I mean, sooner or later, you got to start hitting. If not, you got to give somebody else a chance. That's all. Thanks.
Wow, Lou looks worn out. This start to this season looks like it's taken a toll on the Cubs skipper. He says he's got to make some tough decisions, get some different people in the lineup. Probably one of those people might be Alfonso Soriano. He might be bothered by that left knee, and if that's the case, then get him out.
Well, the interesting thing about all of this is that, we're looking to Lou for answers, and Lou he's the manager, and he's the one who has to provide them. At the same time, you have to realize that the players are tying his hands, and that's what unfortunately is going on right here. He's giving them every opportunity to get it done, every opportunity to go out there and make this good pitching that the Cubs have consistently been getting for the last month and a half now stand up, and unfortunately, guys are just not performing, and they have not been getting enough good performances from enough guys in the lineup, nor has Lou seen enough, hope that this is going to get some, get better at some point. And I think, honestly, if he felt like there was hope in any of this, that there was a little bit of production or they might be scoring some runs or stringing some hits together, maybe he would feel as though his hands weren't so tied. But I believe right now he feels like his hands are strongly tied and tied tight because there's been no production. What little opportunities they've had, they've not come through. 0 for 7 today with runners in scoring position. And it's really hamstringing him because, again, he's getting great pitching.
Now, what would be some of the changes you would make? Get Hoffpauir in that lineup?
Well, I mean, the argument's always been Alfonso Soriano brings you the big home run. That's a threat at the top of the lineup. But if he has not given you that, he's not giving you on base percentage right now. You're looking at his numbers. When you look at, when the game starts and you see the .230 batting average and the 14 homers, that's what he's done over the entire season. Over the last month, it's been even worse because he's been stuck on those numbers for a while. And when you're not getting that kind of production, we were talking about it, Bill and I, off air, what Scott Pasenik has come in here and done and sparked this offense a little bit. Maybe not tremendously. Maybe they're not out there scoring 7-8 runs a game. But again, he's giving some fire to the top of that lineup. He's a guy who's consistently getting on bases. Yeah, he may not be the guy that was here in 05, but at the same time, they're getting production out of the #1 hole, which was an issue on the south side early in the year. Right now, it's an issue on the north side.
We'll get more into the situation with the other skipper, Ozzie Guillen. We will hear his remarks from Wrigley Field coming up in just a bit on the postgame show. Let's show you the highlights, though. Took a while to finally get game one of this series after the first rainout ever in the rivalry last night. Ryan Dempster getting the start. Zambrano will go tomorrow. Rough start for the Canadian Cub. Alexi Ramirez in the top of the first. Just enough. His 6th. And Bill, he struggles with the breaking ball. No problem with the high heat.
Well, he hits a little bit like Soriano. They get that fastball. If they're on it, they're going to hit it out. If they're not on it, then they're going to see the break and stuff. But, the White Sox have had to, as of late, have been scoring early, which has really helped them. And Todd talked about it. Scott Pasenik is here. Chris Getz right here. The pressure's off. It's 1-0. nothing. But believe it or not, on a young player like that, his first time at Wrigley Field, the pressure's kind of off, and he tripled right here. But we did, you know, pretty much what the Cubs have been doing as of late. I've seen a lot of this where the White Sox have left guys on third base with 1 out or less. Here, Brian Anderson gets thrown out.
And Todd here, strike him out, throw him out, nice play all the way around.
Well, the defense has been there. Giovanni Soto has been playing much better behind the plate. He's throwing guys out again. And again, you know, here's the thing. Ryan Dempster battled today. I mean, he went out there and gave the Cubs, honestly, a chance to win. But when you're scoring no runs, all of this becomes magnified, and the pressure is now going back.
Should they have set Terrio there? Should they have set Terrio on that play? Shallow fly ball to center?
I don't think so, because, again, it's too shallow. But you've got runners on first and third. At some point, you're going to have to, you know, you're challenging your lineup to score some runs.
Demp labored through this one here. Problems with the wild pitch here, moving Gordon back in the third.
Again, I mean, you can sit here and analyze and break down Ryan Dempster's performance. Yeah, he had the 6 or 7 walks, whatever it was. It really doesn't matter. He knew he didn't have his good stuff today, but he gutted it out and he gave him a chance to win, and that's what I firmly believe. And again, you score 3 or 4 runs. Dempster's outing doesn't look like it does, and because this team is scoring no runs, it looks like it was a lot worse than I firmly believe it was.
Bottom 6 man on for Lee. Danks gets him swinging to end the inning. Danks 9 Ks in 7 innings. Top of 7. Dempster put 2 runners on. Angel Guzman in relief. Little suicide squeeze. This is what we're talking about, Bill. We haven't seen a lot of this from the Southsiders this year, but great play all the way around.
Well, we're going to have to see more of that because we did score the run where usually we leave them at third base. So Scott Pasetnik, like Todd said, has added a little spark. Things a little bit different for the White Sox. He's, you know, the type of player he was in 05.
Jake Fox, pinch hitting here, sends one deep off a line break. Nice catch there by Anderson. Miles moves up after he had the leadoff double. That ended Danks' day. He would later come in and prevent the shutout. So the Sox go on to win. 4-1 is your final. And there's no question that John Danks just had stellar stuff today. We've seen, you know, in his last outing against Detroit, 8 innings. When he goes 6 innings and beyond, he's almost untouchable. He seems to have it going.
We talked about in the pregame what he does do early in the game. If he goes into the 2nd inning and he's throwing strikes, he's generally going to have a pretty good ball game because he only had 99 pitches. He went 7 innings, but he had 9 strikeouts. What he has is that cutter. When you got that cutter working with your fastball, he's really tough on right-handers. I saw the Cubs swinging a lot of pitches that were up, but that was a cutter. They're hard to get to, but he also has a very good change. You see it right there. It's the same arm action as his fastball, and when it's on, it's an outstanding pitch for him. A little bit like Johan Santana. Not the same league, but he's able to do that. He's able to change the hitters up there. There's a high cutter right there he kind of got away with, but with that cutter, and then he turns it over a little bit right there. I thought John Danks, first couple of innings, if you watch him, Pat, and you go into the 3rd inning, he gets a little better.
Take a look at his previous 8 games where he went 2-4, an ERA over 7 in his last couple. He has that microscopic ERA, 1.25. Hitters are only $1.81 against him. But he does have the propensity to allow the leadoff hitter on base. And a couple occasions, the Cubs had 2 men on and nobody out. They had it in the bottom of the 2nd. Reed Johnson grounds into that double play. And bottom of the 4th inning, 1st and 3rd, and nobody out. And they don't capitalize. They don't move the runners along. And when a team's scuffling like this, I understand D. Lee, you don't want him to put the sack bunt down, but there's other guys like Soto or whoever.
Well, you know, I think that's, we all saw Lou's postgame, and I think that's what a lot of those long pauses were. You can be at a loss for words sometimes, but, you know, we talked about why didn't Ryan Terrio try to score on that short fly ball from Derek Lee. Well, you know, you've got an opportunity there to drive some runs in. You've got an opportunity for a big inning. You're not looking for a double play or a risky play. Ryan Terrio took a huge risk in trying to go to 3rd on that play and may have even been thrown out if they didn't cut the ball with that throw coming back into 3rd, but thankfully they didn't. They were aggressive and it paid off. He put runners in 1st and 3rd. You've got the middle of the Cubs lineup coming up, and they just do not produce. They're not getting guys in. But at the same time, if you can get a lead like the White Sox did today, you can get creative, and you watched Ozzie do that. That's the thing. You get a 1-0 lead, you can bunt, you can move guys over, you can start getting creative baseball to add on runs. But the unfortunate part is the Cubs don't seem to, they haven't had a lead in a long time.
Dempster labors through this one. He throws 104 pitches, only 51 strikes, so more balls than strikes. Very un-Dempster-like. He's certainly dealing with something off the field right now with his daughter being ill. But I mean, mean, he still gets you, he leads the game with a 2-0 lead.
Demp's a very smart man. He knows how to pitch. He knows how to pitch around guys. We were talking about this a little earlier in the game. He deliberately pitched around Jermaine Dye and got the double play grounder from Paul Konerko. I mean, this is a guy who knows what he's doing out there. He's also the same guy who knows that he probably didn't have his best stuff today, and he had to find ways to be creative. So he tried to change it up. Sure, he gave up the home run early. There was always action on the base paths. There was walks. There was a few hits in there. A few hit and runs and a few things that were going on around him. But this guy, he just does not get rattled. So at the same time, you have to tip your hat to him. I mean, the guy didn't have his best stuff today, but it's hard to expect this rotation to go out there each and every day and say, all right, well, we're going to have to expect your best stuff today because we're just not scoring runs right now, because anything less than that's going to ultimately end up in a loss. And I think that is what the pressure that these guys in the rotation are struggling with right now.
Dempster with 6 walks on the afternoon. He was charged with 3 earned runs in 6 innings. Ryan addressed the media a short time ago at Wrigley. Let's listen in.
What a grind. Yeah, I could have done a lot better job than I did today. The solo home run early and then just getting behind and getting down 2-0, and Danks was throwing the ball really well, so kind of put us in a tough spot. Let them have the lead like that. I felt like I could have pitched better today, and I didn't. At times, I didn't attack the strike zone very well. I don't know what went on. Just have to go out there and bounce back and be a little bit better, and especially late in the 7th inning there, just give him a couple free passes like that to add an insurance run late in the game kind of hurt us a little bit.
How are you pitchers able to continue pitching decent, keeping your team in game even when it's apparent that this team is in kind of a scoring slump?
Because it's about us. It's about us as a collective team. It's not about whether or not you're pitching well or you're hitting well or you're not pitching well or not hitting well. It's about all of us pulling for each other, and we just try to go out there and do our jobs to help our team win that day. And whether or not we're scoring a bunch of runs or not scoring many, our job's still the same, and that's to execute pitches one at a time and go out there and try and keep us in ball games, and it'll turn around.
Ryan, this might be a rerun question, but are you surprised, knowing the guys in that lineup, that the malaise has gone on as long as it is, and are you confident that it will turn around?
As hard as everybody in there is working and continues to put in the effort, things find a way to turn around for people who work that hard. So all those guys in there are doing what they need to do, and eventually the results will come.
You guys were talking yesterday about how a series like this, with emotion, high emotion, everything might provide a spark. Did you see anything?
It was a fun game. Unfortunately, we didn't come out on top. So hopefully tomorrow, we go out there and win a game and have a split of the series for now and worry about the rest down the road. But the biggest thing is just to bounce back. Anytime you lose a game, bounce back and win tomorrow and come in ready to go. And I know the guys will be looking forward to that.
Sox take the opener of the Crosstown. 4-1 was your final. Frank Thomas, Doug Glanville will join us in just a bit with their thoughts on the game. Time for our first break here on Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live. Here is our Crosstown opinion poll. Who's your star for Game 1 of the Classic? Is it John Danks, Alexi Ramirez, Ryan Dempster, or other? Log on to CSNChicago.com. Then visit the Cubs or Sox page. Cast your vote. We'll have the results a little bit later on in the show.
Where's that former American League home run champ?
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Stacy and I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
Did you see Shane go in and score last night? He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basketball guy.
Comcast Sportsnet's all-star lineup.
Went crazy.
Now that's supposed to be. Down here, please.
And that's how the batting glove got started.
Fans just like you.
Hey, deep dish, big boy. Want some water?
Find all the greats on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
America's Toughest Tour, presented by Ford F-Series. Saturday, September 19th at First Midwest Bank Amphitheater with very special guest Trace Adkins. Tickets on sale this Saturday, June 20th at 10 a.m. Buy tickets at livenation.com. Toby Keith, America's toughest tour. Presented by Ford F-Series.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online. And closer to the field on game day as Comcast Sportsnet, Menards, and the Cubs team up to select 6 lucky winners to be a Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day. Winner will enjoy the full game day experience of preparing the friendly confines and will help drag the infield during the 4th inning in front of a packed house. Winner also receives 4 tickets to the game, a Menards groundskeeper uniform, and pregame photos on the field. To enter the Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day, visit any Menards location to pick up an entry postcard.
This has to be the best city to play any sport. I think that the Bears, the Blackhawks, everybody feel the same way. We've had some tough stretches, but they're always there for you. I think that's what the movie's about, we believe.
There's a lot of questions. They're all good questions. I think once the season gets going, we'll have some answers to some of those, but I'm having a great time with the Chicago Bears, and I'm looking forward to the season.
I was just in shock. I mean, because I've seen him hit so many times, and he stinks, and then he hit a home run. Mark hit that ball a long ways. Good for him. Congratulations.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for our 4 seasons. Who's hot, who's not? Who's hot? How about Ryan Braun of the Brewers? At 379. Couple of jacks, 9 ribbies over the last week. Joe Mauer, what else is new?
Soft 500.
Continues to rake. Gil Mesh of the Royals, not bad for him, 2-0 over the last 2 outings. Who's not? How about Kevin Youkilis, former Southsider Aaron Rowan, and Chris Volstad of the Marlins. Take a look at today's box score from the Southsiders' perspective. Scotty Potts, 2 for 4, an RBI. He had a walk, a squeeze play, stands out certainly for him. Alexi coming through with the home run in this one. And Brian Anderson, 1 for 3 with a walk to boot. Did you ever think, Bill, that Scott Pasednik would return to the South Side and be this productive for Ozzy's team?
Not my wildest dreams. We were looking for a leadoff hitter all through spring training. Dwayne Wise, Brent Lillibridge, and then, of course, we're going to do Brian Anderson. But, I mean, I think this is a good story. I mean, the guy was released by the Colorado Rockies. He was home. The White Sox, Kenny Williams goes out. We have Freddie Garcia now. But we needed somebody to lead it off and ignite this ball club. But Scott Pasednik kind of changed his swing a little bit. Now he's kind of walking up on the plate, slapping the ball the other way. I like the idea of the squeeze play. Also, he stole the base today in a walk.
As a former outfielder, when you take a look at a guy like Brian Anderson, who you've seen, you know, maybe they expedited his process, bringing him on in 2006. He's been in the doghouse, out, now trying to stay in the lineup on an everyday, regular basis. What do you think of what you've seen from Brian Anderson? Obviously, batting .233, they'd like to see more. But
well, they need a little bit more consistency from him. Obviously, defensively, he's as good as he's going to get in center field. I personally believe that, and I know a lot of people around baseball believe that as well. But again, when you have an offense on the south side that you know, is kind of hot and cold, much like that, you kind of need a little bit more consistent production. And you know, I think that's been the big thing for him, is that he has not been consistent offensively enough to be out there every day. And I think that's where, you know, what the problem for him has been. Now, at the same time, the opportunity that he got was very early in his career, and I think that he's hoping for that again. But I firmly believe that Ozzy likes him in the role that he's got him in. He's flexible. He's got a guy who can come off the bench who can steal a base. He's got a guy in center field that he can also put him around the field in the outfield and know that he's going to get great defense. He's one of those pieces to the puzzle, I think, that Ozzy likes to see. He's got some versatility, but at the same time, I mean, he's still a young player.
What have you seen for Brian Anderson in his maturation process?
I think he touched on all of it. He's a good number 4 outfielder, and I think if you take Brian Anderson and put him in the middle of a lineup, that's a very good offensive lineup. You can't get him out of the lineup. He'd hit 8th and 9th in every lineup in the American League. But when you're struggling a little bit, you have to make changes. You got to move him around a little bit. And I like him because he's an outstanding center fielder, covers a lot of ground. And, you know, and right now he's our top center fielder, but 4th outfielder.
And he consistently, Bill, keeps runs off the board. I mean, you watch it, you know, week in and week out. There's like 2 or 3 runs that would have scored.
Yeah.
So
it's a frustration.
Certainly
when you need a center fielder and you got a guy like that, That's the frustration.
Time to hear from our other contributors, that being Doug Glanville and the Big Hurt Frank Thomas. They are standing by with our Luke Stuckmeyer. Guys?
All right, thank you. 4-1 White Sox. And obviously, guys, this was a game that was dominated by John Danks. Frank, we'll start with you. It seemed like he had that straight change working. In fact, he had everything work.
He had it all working today. I was saying earlier, he pitched like I know he's capable of pitching because I faced him last year. He can be a very, very dominant left-hander, and he was today. He just kept guys off balance, and, he had guys looking in, he'll go away, and the guys were swinging balls away. So, John Danks had it working today, and it was just a well-pitched ball game.
And Doug, on the other side, you had Ryan Dempster, who really struggled today. 6 walks in this game. It just felt like he really didn't have his stuff this time.
Yeah, it looked like Ryan didn't quite get into his rhythm. But, you have to give him credit because he's always kept the team in the game, even though he wasn't throwing strikes. I think he was 50 balls, 50 strikes. He was, not at his best game. But, he kept them in the game and kept them in positions to try to get some big hits, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, Frank, I was thinking during that game, what can the Cubs do to get something going offensively? When you're a hitter out there and a guy's throwing like that, what's going through your mind?
Tell you what, the Cubs, you can tell they're struggling a little bit, and at times it becomes contagious, and you can just tell. The spirit, the morale, the spirit, everything seemed down offensively for them. But, give them a few days. I think they'll come around, especially with the new hitting coach, Von Joshua. I spoke with him today, and like you say, he's got to work it out a little bit. You're dealing with professional hitters, but you got to get everybody on the same page at the same time.
What did you like offensively from the White Sox in this first game?
They did more than enough just to get it going and win a ball game. Alexi came out with a big home run to start things off, and then we had a great gets down the line there with a big triple, and it was 2-0. That's all we needed because Danks was on today, and just one of those things that when John Danks is pitching that way, he can be a #1 starter.
All right, it's Floyd against Zambrano tomorrow. Gavin Floyd has been outstanding in his last 5 starts, an ERA something like 1.67. How, if you're a Cubs hitter, do you approach the game tomorrow after a day like this?
Yeah, I had a chance to play with Floyd a little bit, Philadelphia, when he first came up. He's got an electric arm, great curveball, and he's looking solid right now. So he's a guy try to jump on top of any mistakes he makes. So, but when you have the big Z going out there, he's a guy that's going to give the Cubs a nice shot in the arm and get deep into the game. So it's going to be a matter of pitching, and that's going to be the key.
All right, we're getting ready for Game 2. 4-1 White Sox in the first one. For Frank Thomas and Doug Glanville, I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Let's send it back to the studio.
All right, guys, thank you very much. You heard the Big Hurt talk about Chris Getz coming through in the top of the second inning. What have you seen from Mr. Getz and his opportunities this year?
Well, I think what I'm seeing, Pat, is little by little, he looks a little more aggressive at the plate. I know his average isn't up there. This is a guy I think is going to have to start laying down some bunts. He actually runs above average, so we have another base stealer along with Ramirez that the White Sox haven't had the luxury of having the last couple of years. But Chris Getz got great range as a second baseman going to his left in the infield. Hasn't made a lot of errors, and he turns a double play pretty good. But right now, it's all about not hitting the lazy fly ball to left field and pulling the ball. I was a little bit surprised with the triple down the line because a lot of times, these guys like to go up the middle and go the other way to stay on the ball. I mean, hitting instructors want you to stay on the ball, and he's actually turned on one.
And when we saw, Paulie, who's usually a dead pull hitter, go the opposite way, knock one in the right. So you never know what's going to happen. It's a very interesting game, certainly from the White Sox offensive perspective. Chris Getz goes 1 for 3. The run scored, the big RBI triple there in the second inning, and an interview with our Chuck Garfien afterwards.
All right, thanks, guys. Chris, first interleague experience, what was it like for you?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Obviously, the atmosphere was pretty good, and it was good to come out with a win.
Mark Burley, the Deke.
Right.
I thought he got you there.
Yeah.
First at bat was the triple. Did you break your bat on that RBI triple?
You know what I did? I think it kind of worked in my favor because I think it deked the other team. They didn't think it was going to go to the wall, but yeah, it worked out. Obviously, scored the run, was able to get the third, and got us going a little bit.
You guys don't have Tommy only for as a DH, obviously, or not pinch hitter, obviously. No Quinton. You got to do the small things. You think you accomplished that here today? You're involved in that big squeeze play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Ozzie told us when we went into this whole interleague stuff, is that we really need to execute the small ball type stuff because we're missing some big bats. And, we put that squeeze on. Pods came through, was able to, attack another run up there and got us going.
How good was Danks here today?
He was lights out. Man, he really stepped up, and it was fun to watch.
All right. Congrats, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, Chris Getz, back out to you.
Chuck, thank you very much. When we return, we'll hear from the White Sox skipper, Ozzie Guillen, on Lowe's Crosstown Classic Postgame Live.
Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team. When breaking news happens, the Comcast Sportsnet news team has it covered.
Breaking news out of Hallis Hall this afternoon. The Bears have acquired quarterback Jay Cutler in a deal with the Denver Broncos.
Congratulations to Derrick Rose, today named the NBA Rookie of the Year.
I consider myself, most blessed man on the face of the earth today.
Get all your Chicago sports news when it happens on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Who is she? Who is your Winnie, or Izzy, or Jem? Who got you into the kind of trouble that your dad secretly laughed about? Wouldn't it be nice to know what she's doing right now? And wouldn't it be nice to know that we won't charge her for answering your call? A girl like that, we wouldn't dare.
Tomorrow, saddle up for a dangerous duel at noon as Paul Konerko and the Sox duke it out with Crosstown rivals Gary Glee and the Chicago Cubs. Coverage begins with Felco Crosstown Pregame Live. The Crosstown Classic in HD tomorrow at noon on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
See all the ways we're here to help at harrisbankhelps.com.
Dad deserves a break. This Father's Day, Felco's offering free installation.
Happy Father's Day, Dad, from Felco.
Call 866 for Felco.
Tomorrow, saddle up for a dangerous duel at noon as Paul Konerko and the Sox duke it out with Crosstown rivals Gary Glee and the Chicago Cubs. Coverage begins with Felco Crosstown Pregame Live. The Crosstown Classic in HD tomorrow at noon on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
We're back on Lowe's Crosstown Classic postgame live. Here's a look at the Northsiders box score from today, and you can see why Lou is at a loss for words, Todd.
Well, I mean, you got a lot of strikeouts there. Almost every guy's got one. Well, every guy does have one, at least one. And the hits that were strung together were in the middle of the lineup, and it was pretty much that fourth inning where they got a few guys on. They had runners on first and third, and nobody out, and they could not get a run in. The thing about it is you capsulize this, you break it down even into the innings, and when this team is struggling, when this team fails, when this offense struggles, it can almost take the air out of the entire offense just that fast. I'm sure that there was a little bit more pressure after that fourth inning. They realized they had an opportunity to score some runs. Everybody knows it. People are talking about it. I'm talking about it, how this team has to come through with runners in scoring position. 0 for 7 today. Ultimately, when you fail, and you fail earlier in the game, it can extend on out throughout the rest of this game because your mind gets caught up thinking about how you've once again not gotten the job done.
Since Giovanni Soto played in the World Baseball Classic and then reported to Mesa, a lot of talk about he came in out of shape and whatnot. If you look at all the players that pretty much played in the WBC, they got off to rough starts this year. Any correlation there, or is that just coincidental?
Well, you're right on. We talked a little bit about this, but Mark DeRosa got off to a slow start. Jimmy Rollins has been off to a slow start. Giovanni Soto's been off to a slow start. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but I mean, maybe there is something to it. And the reason I say that is because you start playing that at real intense baseball, baseball that counts, baseball that means something, baseball that's in front of 45,000 people at the stadium, baseball that's being seen by millions of people, and then all of a sudden you turn it back down again and you kind of get back into spring training mode, and then all of a sudden opening day's right around the corner and it might catch up with you. I think in Gio's case there might be a little bit of the sophomore slump playing into this. At the same time, he's trying to catch up, and that's kind of what I see. And what I don't mean by anything in particular, like at the plate or any kind of adjustment, but what I mean is that he's dug himself a hole and he's really trying to get out of it fast. And what you really need to realize is that when you've really struggled this much and this mightily, that you have got to take it a day at a time, a pitch at a time, and a bat at a time. You have to break it down slowly. The only way he's going to get out of this is much like what Derek Lee has done, good at bat after good at bat or good approach, and it slowly starts to come back. He's not going to get it all back at once.
Time now to hear from the White Sox skipper Ozzie Guillen from his favorite ballpark other than U.S. Cellular Field, that being Wrigley Field.
Lefter pitched real well last year against us in this building. I mean, I think it's we start the right way. But after that, we do a lot of different things. Work out for us. You know what I mean? I think Danks was the key. You know, Danks threw the ball real well. I think that's the best I see him throw the ball in a while, and he can pick the best time of that. You know, they have good hitters out there, and he was outstanding. I think that the key of this game was John Danks.
How about him early on? A couple runners on in the second and fourth, I believe, was able to get out of trouble. That was huge, right?
Well, you know, I mean, I think that, you know, they stopped the rally right there. I think they got them. You know what I mean? I thought they thought they were going to score a couple runs. They couldn't. We take a second win and play better after that. He started to throw better, but I think he made good pitches to the guys. Wasn't, you know what I mean? He got Darrell Lee, flight out to center field, strike out the next guy. You know what I mean? He was keep making pitches, and that's why he never give up and just try to make the best pitcher like he can to those guys, and he did it.
Your execution today seemed to be your execution with the hit and run, the squeeze bunt, everything.
Well, we had to play like that. We missing a couple guys in the middle of the lineup. We had to get those people on base to see we can try some different thing and try to do that. I think the kids that had to help the middle of the lineup, and then doing it right now. I think, you know, the guys got the triple with, you know, with men on first base. That was huge. And, you know, we executed the squeeze, and I think to me everything go about pitching. You know what I mean? Lineman come out and shut them down. It's just only one run, and obviously Bobby did it, always does.
Was the squeeze your call?
I'm the manager, I guess. Yeah. Well, I just tried to get them done, and then, you know what I mean, this ball club hit so many ground balls, double play. I tried to get out the big, you know, the small inning and do it. I almost did it before, but it was too early. But, you know what I mean, I got the right people in the right place.
Gets the way he played in his first big series like this, and what he showed you today.
Well, this kid's a good ball player. These kids, I don't think they're going to be scared by anything. They're out there and they do what they're supposed to do every day. It's not easy. Believe me, it's not easy when you see a crowd like that. They've never seen him before, and, you know what I mean, it's just, when they have the meeting, I told them, you know what I mean, this is the best thing you can ever have in the regular season. It's not going to be better than this. And then, you know, they're going to have a great experience, and I think they take it the right way.
What kind of lift has Scotty given this team since he's come back?
He's playing good. You know, thank God, because we're missing the guy who replaced him. I think he's playing, you know, I mean, he's doing what he did in the past. We need a guy like that in leadoff spot we was looking for the last couple of years. We haven't. Thank God he's playing well.
What was the difference in games today?
Strikes. I think that was, you know, I mean, he was erratic. His emotion, he was really controlled real well. And he threw more strike than he did in the past.
This seemed to have the same life as other games with the Cubs. This seemed had the same kind of, seemed maybe a little more subdued from other games.
Well, it feels better because we have people on base and we have swing the bat pretty well. But, you know, I mean, I'd rather play the same way like that against Detroit and Minnesota. But, you know, I mean, meanwhile, I think it's nice. It's nice when you score first, then your pitcher respond. We make a couple plays, you know, we turn a couple big double plays, and I think that's the reason we're a little pumped up. Last time we was here, you know, it was fun. You know, I mean, they really play good against us, but, you know, take the first one, at least you're not going to get swept.
You like the fact that the bottom of the lineup, ever since Milwaukee, those couple games in Milwaukee, they are producing. Beckham and Brian Anderson.
Well, if we want to win this thing, they have to do it. They have to. We cannot relate it in the three hitters to carry this ball club. I think those guys have to help those guys to get some run score and get them going. You know, I mean, I think they cannot shut it down in the bottom and the top. In the middle will be fine, but those 5, 6 guys, that's very important for us too.
Do the Cubs seem a lot different to you this year versus last year?
Definitely was different. Last year he shut down, but, you know what I mean, they got a good ball club. He's either bet, got the whole respect by St. Louis, Milwaukee, all those teams. The Cubs are going to be in the pennant race. Just people in Chicago, relax. Quit panicking. Worry about something now. Worry about the family. The kids go back to school and have a good grades. Don't worry about the Cubs. They'll be fine.
Ozzy's saying all the right things after the 4-1 victory this afternoon. Ozzy's got more hats with restaurants or clubs than Billy Deck does. He usually has Kenny Williams' market hat on. Let's talk about a guy in this game who was on the big stage. This had to be the biggest ball game to date for Gordon Beckham. And your thoughts, you know, obviously, the 132 average is not what people want to see right now, but defensively, he was able to rebound within an inning.
Yeah, how would you like to have been up here about 8 days and all of a sudden you're in Wrigley Field with 40,000 people playing a position you haven't even played? And this is a guy that's starting to hit the ball a little bit better. Yeah, we were talking a little bit. He made one play. Instead of backhanding the ball, he kind of turned this way. Just hasn't been out at third base very much. Maybe 8 to 10 games is all. He will start backhanding that. But then he came up with a big defensive play to turn the double play. So they found him, and they will find you if you haven't played there very much. But I can't imagine the nerves on a guy like Chris Getz and a guy like Gordon Beckham going in a big game in Wrigley Field with the intensity that's in those games. They had to be a nervous wreck.
Absolutely. I again cannot illustrate the point enough about what Scott Pasetnik has been able to do since he returned. It's almost like it's 2005 reincarnated. He talks about, how he's healthy, how the legs feel. It's the most awkward batting stance, the little dance in the batter's box and then flings it out, but seems to be working. Another 2 for 4 RBIs, batting .315. We'll get your thoughts on Pasetnik. Here he is addressing the media a short time ago.
Yeah, I kind of had it in the back of my mind. Ozzy has been telling me to be ready for it and continue to look for it. It was just a matter of executing it. He calls it up, but it's our job to go out there and try and execute. And that's kind of what we haven't been doing in previous series is situational hitting. So it was nice to execute a couple runs.
Is that sign shown more than once to make sure, or do you just have a way of...
Can't reveal that, Bruce. Can't reveal that.
Obviously, it's important to make sure that you get it right.
Yeah. Well, being left-handed kind of makes it easier when he comes crashing. You'll be able to see. But I knew it was on.
Can you talk just about the intangible things you guys did in this game? The hit and run, stolen bases, great defense.
That's what we haven't been doing in series before this one, and that's what we needed to clean up a little bit. Was the way we handled the bats, getting guys over, getting guys in from third, less than 2 outs. So the team that takes a field and is able to do those things consistently are going to win games. So that's why we were able to win this one tonight.
Considering not having Jim in the lineup, how much more meaningful is this style play?
Well, that takes a big bat out of the lineup, so we have to be even that much more crisp, that much more sharp in those situations.
How much of defense, especially with PA's game today?
He made a couple of great plays, but he's been doing that all year, and that's why he's out there. He brings a lot to the table. You got to be strong up the middle, and he provides that for us.
How do you like the...
All right, we got to break down this Scott Pasetnik batting situation here. Charlie Lau would not be proud of what is going on, but what are you seeing from Pods in the batter's box?
Actually, I would have used that run up, but that would have put me 1 foot back from first base, and I'd have never made it anyway. What he has to do is utilize the speed, and what he's doing by running up on a ball right there, he's going to slap the ball to the left side. That's what he has to do. You have to utilize the speed. If you're not hitting, and he didn't hit that well in Colorado, he didn't hit that well with the White Sox before they got rid of him. And what he's doing is saying, I would think, and I'm not going to speak for him, that, I got good speed. I can go up there, I can cheat on the pitcher. A guy with power cheats on a pitcher, he's going to get drilled in the back. But a guy like Pasetnik, what he's doing, he's just utilizing what he does best in that speed. He's not an RBI guy, so what he does is he lays down a bunt. This is what guys got to do. This is something I think Chris Getz has to watch. Watch Scott Pasetnik and how he's playing that part of the game. And if Chris Getz can do that at the bottom of the lineup, that's the game that Ozzie again likes.
Is there anybody, when you look at the Cubs situation and their struggles, that I'm not going to say emulate what Scott Pasetnik's doing at the plate specifically, but maybe more the approach that he's taking?
Well, exactly, and that's what you kind of get down to is that, here's a guy in a position in his career where he's had some struggles, some years of inconsistency, some years of injury. You talk about that slide step that he's doing at the plate. It's actually, he's a step closer to first base out of that left-handed batter's box, so he's a step faster. But ultimately, it's the willingness to try something new, and that's what I feel like is missing from this Cubs lineup. They talk about, well, I can't hit and run if we, Lou, we can't hit and run if we're not having guys on base. Well, it's just trying to find a way to do something different. We were talking about it, just, maybe seeing somebody out of the blue try and bunt for a base hit or try to just do something different to shake it up or put some pressure. You saw a little bit of that today. Ryan Theriot taking third base on a play that he probably normally wouldn't. That play was right in front of him, but he understood that Scott Pasetnik doesn't have the greatest arm in the game, and he took a little bit of a chance, even though if he gets thrown out there, it's not a good play. play. And ultimately, this team, this offense needs to start rolling, you know, with some different ideas, some different philosophies. But again, that's why you bring in Von Joshua. But this thing's not going to happen overnight. You got to give him some time too.
When you're struggling like they are, you get first and third, nobody out. Terrio's on third. Do you need to take some risks? I mean, you talk about him going from second to third, and it was a smart move against Pacific, but maybe, you know, force Brian Anderson, who's got a pretty good arm, to make the play, throw the perfect BB to the plate to cut him down.
Ultimately, that's, you know, and that's a very good question. But what ends up happening is that you're in the middle of your lineup, and I think Lou the other day when he pinch hit for Giovanni Soto late in the ball game, and brought Blanco up there to lay down a sacrifice bunt, said an awful lot. But I mean, you're in the middle of your lineup right now. You don't want to put yourself in a position to say, okay, well, we're this desperate. But truthfully, this offense really is at that point. They are this desperate. They need to start trying things, hitting behind runners. You heard Bob Brenly talk about it today. Just a little ground ball gets the job done. You know, there's a little bit too much, maybe trying too hard or trying to do too much. The key word that keeps coming in my mind is pressing. This team is really pressing offensively, and in the harder they press, the more failure that seems to be coming their way. They need to really relax. They need to find a way to just be out there and be creative. You know, flip some guys around, try some different things, hit and run with some guys you don't normally hit and run with. But I mean, you're at a point now where you could try anything, and it's justifiable. That's how it is.
Ryan Terrio with a 1-for-4 performance did not press the issue when it came to trying to take home on a sac fly opportunity early on in this ball game. He addressed the media a short time ago. Let's listen in.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. Yep. You know, we're just going to continue to work, and hopefully at some point it'll get better. I mean, you know, really all you can do is look forward to the next game and the next day and keep your head up and continue to play hard. You know, I think the good news is it can't get much worse. So, you know, we'll start swinging the bats better, and guys will start driving runs in, and we'll start getting hits, and you know, hopefully we can get them when it counts later on.
Ryan, is it some of the difficulty you guys have had on offense? Is that some of what's sort of pushing you to take some of the chances on the bases like you did today? You know, Derek Lee did that game earlier, went from first to third, and ended up being the difference.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, that's just aggressive base running, you know, just kind of playing the game hard, you know, because obviously that stuff could backfire on you pretty quick, you know, so you don't want to take yourself out of innings. But yeah, just staying aggressive. I mean, the lack of offense, you know, is one thing, but you couple that with bad base running, makes it even worse, you know, so I think we've done it.
The biggest no-brainer, I think, in the history of the Crosstown postgame live show was this question. Who is your star for Game 1 of this Crosstown Classic? No question about it. Johnny Danks, at least 50% said so. 31% giving some love to the Canadian Cub. John Danks addressed the media a short time ago. Let's listen in.
Just the 0 walks, is that the most satisfying part of the line today?
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, you know, I'm the kind of guy that, you know, I'd rather you hit the ball and get on base and than walk a guy. You know, I mean, there's an old saying you can't defend a walk, and you know, that's always been my focus. And for whatever reason, you know, so far this year, it's been a problem. So, you know, to go out there and not walk, and you know, is definitely huge.
And even though the wind isn't blowing out, you don't want to give them an opportunity to start hitting, which they really haven't been doing much of late.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that. I know that they're professional hitters and guys that have hit at this level before and hit a lot at this level. So, you know, you do have to be careful with them, but at the same time, you need to be aggressive. And you know, I feel like I was able to make them hit my pitch.
Hey, John, how did this victory smell?
Smell? It smelled great. No, you know, it's.
You didn't bring the clothespin.
No, it's a fun atmosphere for sure. You know, I mean, obviously the facilities aren't state of the art, but you know, to come here in front of this crowd and you know, throw well definitely means a lot.
What did Ozzie say to you?
Chuck Garfien going with the smell angle. Barbara Walters asked, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? Here's our coverage for tomorrow. It all kicks off at the Friendly Confines at noon as we get you ready for Game 2 of this series. Gavin Floyd against Carlos Zambrano. They need Big Z to step up big time from the north side.
Well, they need Big Z to step up on the bump, and they're going to need him maybe to step up at the plate as well. He's been swinging the bat pretty well lately, and I think it's going to be a good opportunity for him tomorrow. He knows what's going on out there. He knows tomorrow's a big game and that this offense is pressing. I think Z's going to bring his game tomorrow. He's hoping to stick it to the Southsiders and continue on the roll that he is on.
And quickly, Gavin has had, I think, 5 consecutive quality starts in a row.
I think the best way to get your offense going is to throw a whale of a game, so I have to agree on the Zambrano. If you get a pitch out there that throws a shutout, that'll jet start your offense. But you talk about Gavin Floyd, I'll go back to the same thing. If he's got that breaking ball working early in the game, in first and second inning, he's going to be awful tough on the Cubs, but he has to have the breaking ball.
Maybe bat Zambrano third or fourth tomorrow?
Well, I don't know if you can shake it up that much, but they need him to swing the bat as well, and he's become a part of this offense both on the bump and pinch hitting as well.
We might have to pitch around him.
Right. Exactly. Hey, why not? Sox win it 4-1, game 1 of this series. That's all for Lowe's Crosstown Post-Game Live. Much more coming up with David Kaplan and company on Chicago Tribune Live at the bottom of the hour. And Mark Shanowski will have soup to nuts coverage of game 1 at 6:30 on Sportsnet. For Todd and Bill, I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at high noon from Wrigley Field. So long, everybody.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Lowe's. This season, spring starts at Lowe's. Let's build something together. Get closer to the field on game day as Comcast Sportsnet, Menards, and the Cubs team up to select 6 lucky winners to be a Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day. Winner will enjoy the full game day experience of preparing the friendly confines and will help drag the infield during the 4th inning in front of a packed house. Winner also receives 4 tickets to the game, a Menards groundskeeper uniform, and pregame photos on the field. To enter the Menards Wrigley Field groundskeeper for a day, visit any Menards location to pick up an entry postcard.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Precision Air specializes in the installation of geothermal heating and air conditioning systems for your home or business. Call us today to ask us about energy-efficient geothermal technology and Climate Master products. Let Precision Air and Climate Master slash your utility bills by up to 60% with a geothermal heating and air conditioning system. With huge federal tax credits and cash rebates, going green with geothermal has never been more affordable. Call Precision Air today to learn more about geothermal energy and Climate Master products.
Syndicate Hub Finer Menswear is having their biggest suit sale ever. Buy any suit in the store and get a second suit free. Stop in now and check out the wide selection of top quality suits. All buy one, get one free. This includes big and tall sizes. Don't need to? Bring a friend and share the savings. Come in now for Syndicate Hub's huge buy one, get one free suit sale. Syndicate Hub, 2211 East 52nd Street, Davenport, just off 53rd and Jersey Ridge.
Is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.